Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to another edition of Airy Sky Rita's video blog. I'm Airy Sky, also known as Krabby McCoffee, your host, also known as Rita, also known as San Juan Island Prepper. So, couple news things for you, but first, if you're new to the channel, hit the like and subscribe and thumbs up button. If you're a comer backer, welcome. So I have some a story for you this morning that might be of an interest to you all. Okay, now all of you guys sit there and say, "Poor Chloe, poor Chloe, poor Chloe." Right? Always email me about that poor Chloe thing, right? So my phone might ring just to let you know. So I might have to mute or go off abruptly. So, but I doubt it'll ring. So, anyways, here's the deal. All right, I'm hoping just to run through it, right? So it goes like this. Okay, so I got up this morning, right? Very tired, right? Moppy kept me up last night. Apparently, Chloe was so angry last night that she didn't give two craps about it. So, kept me up half the night. So Chloe got up this morning and she's all in a paranoid panic. Paranoid, so I contacted my therapist. I said, I'm in a pickle, and she says, "Oh, if you need help, right?" I said, "I'm in a pickle. I'm in a pickle." Right? So she said, "What's wrong, dear?" And I said, "Well, I basically told her the story." By the way, if you can see the pizza boxes, they were completely soggy. I mean, literally, I had food poisoning. Apparently, you don't leave pizza out more than 2 hours after it cools. It was 3.5 hours. I got in, ate it, and I spent half the night on the toilet, by the way. That's why I didn't get back to you. So when my cousin Dinky made the joke about Hershey squirts, she wasn't lying. But the main problem is it's food poisoning, So it wasn't the pizza company's fault. It was my fault for basically, But Chloe, she scarfed her down before she got to ferry terminal. So, anyways, let me tell you the story, okay? Um, so the story goes about Chloe. All right, Chloe. Basically, last night, right? So the neighbor scares me every freaking night, gives me almost a heart attack. I tell you, my chest basically feels like I have a panic attack, right? So I'm sitting here, right? And I'm like looking at Chloe, very low voice. I say, "What movie do you want?" Right? Chloe's like, "Wow, I want." Sounds like a tuba, right? All of a sudden the neighbor goes, "Bam!" Right? So Chloe gets on the phone this time. She's like, "I'm gonna let that mother effer pay," right? Grabs the phone and she calls the police. On the phone with the police, okay? I'm sitting here trying to watch a movie. I had to rewatch it last night, and then afterwards, Chloe was angry. I didn't watch the movie with. She calls him Jesus Caviezel, high crimes, right? So what happens? She turns around and she's on the phone with the police. So then she turns around and she tells the police to get off their butt, do something. Hey, Kane, get off their butt, do something, right? While she's doing this, she's literally calling the neighbors next door, Beaners and Spicks, while on the phone with the county sheriff. Now, later last night, I decided to contact someone who was up doing some research, and I asked them, what is the definition of a hate crime, right? The definition of a hate crime is someone who, words are just one bit of the pieces, but it starts intimidating, harassing people and triggers them, right? To get scared. So I looked into it, right? Because I thought, what is the definition? So a friend of mine looked into it, right? Oh, yes, we'll talk about food in a minute. So today's Dow Jones, all right, so it's already almost 2 there. So anyways, what was I going to tell you guys? So I want to continue this story. So, going back to the whole story. So she goes on the police, right? She's on the phone, and I looked at the legalese of the story, right? So here's the story. So I turned around, and last night when Chloe finally got off the phone, Chloe was madder than a pistol. She was madder than a flamethrower. She was madder than a tank. I mean, literally, you could be the secret submarine. I mean, she literally, her volume got worse. She raised her volume and she was like, I'm not going to tell you the severe threat that she made, but I'll get to that part of the story later. First, she said she's going to call ICE. Then she's going to call ICE, and then the sheriff, and then, get the neighbors deported. Then she called the neighbors redneck hilljacks and redneck Trumpers. And then she was screaming and yelling, calling the neighbors beaners and spicks. And then she called the neighbors Trumpers. And then she goes into her really revved up mode where she started making, let's just say, a threat serious enough that it's considered at least 5 or 10 years punishable by jail, right? Prison. So then what happened? I'm gonna do something real quick just to see. Huh. It's odd. So apparently the neighbor upstairs has got some music. I can barely make it out, but I can tell it's bass. That's about it. You see, being semi-deaf, you pick up certain tones. So last night I was startled when I felt the shockwave of the wall, right? Well, Chloe went ape. So, anyways. So then, which reminds me, I got to check on the pot soon. Not like I'm talking about actual pot under the sink. Managers, So, anyways, I also got to get some tape until Chloe to tape the floor up again. There's so many things to do in so little time, and yet, I had wanted to share that with you guys first of all. Now, let's get down to what happened, okay? So this morning, hold on. Okay, cool. Okay, so basically what happened was, so Chloe makes these threats, right? Anyways, going on and on and on, and things that would literally trigger a full investigation, right? Boom, boom. And so Chloe, oh, I got so many triggers. She's gonna give me a fucking stroke, I think, before fucking 12 days is up. Keep telling her to quit fucking giving me stress. Anyway, this is why I'm looking forward to a thing. She's gonna go take Moppy out and have a smoke. Apparently, she should prepare. It's currently cloudy, but anyways, I apologize. So, a therapist is getting really pissed off at the fact that So, I turned around, right, and I literally turned around, right? Let me explain it. But let me use the restroom real quick, and I'll explain it to you guys in a second. Mom, you got his collar ready to go? Yes. Good. Go have a smoke. Make sure to put cigarettes on the table. They're not free for hands. Don't me, son of a turkey. No, you don't. This is my house. It's all my rules. You don't like it. But really, I'll let them know that when they call me. They told me to fuck up. Now, make it fun. Look, you're not going to get one within the post. Huh? Here. There. Okay. Let me explain what's going on, okay? So this morning, I get up. Kane wants to hear this story, so do you all, okay? So this morning, I get up. Semi-toasty, semi-not toasty. Still somewhat cold. And I go to the bathroom. And Moppy, he kept me up all night. So I finally turned to Chloe and I said, you need to teach me the cleaning of the ears so it can be done. You can't just be a negligent person. Well, Chloe doesn't care who she fucking does. As long as she plays her game, and if you tell her to do something, like I told her to do something, she just turned around and told me in her room, fuck you. Yeah, that's Chloe's word of I don't give a shit about you, right? So here's what happened this morning. All right, hey, Kane, how you doing, my friend? All right, I hope you're enjoying this because this is going to be really interesting, okay, today, how it plays out. So not only does she makes a threat, severable by 5 or 10 years last night, literally, we won't get into details, but she made a threat, okay, to the neighbor, through the walls, literally saying she was going to leave the neighbor, who she claims is a Republican, a present with supposedly, I'm not going to give names because, this is live YouTube, but apparently something to do with the head in a box. Okay, let's just say the Godfather type thing. Remember the horse in the box thing? Well, no, all right. So, then what happened was I get some emails this morning literally stating that the neighbor thinks that Chloe is trying to bring me down and fast. Okay, bring me down and fast, right? So I said, look, I gotta close the door. I'm getting them out. See, this is what I gotta deal with today. Combative loudness. See, and the manager thinks she's doing this on purpose to have me evicted, okay? It's not looking good for me, okay? Thing is Chloe turns around and gets combative, right? Thing is she wants to spy and control every situation, everything, right? Manager won't allow it, but can I just do my video without you being combative? Listen, here, you son of a bitch. If you keep doing this, see, now she's just trying to spew hate propaganda towards advocates that basically gave her no trespass order. Now, let me just finish. She turns around, makes threats. Look, we already know the manager's coming after me, okay? The problem, Kane, is the manager is blaming Chloe, right? The manager is literally basically separating Chloe. First, she wants to separate Chloe, then she wants to separate me. She doesn't care. She's too religious. She's a religious person, okay? But she's been fair to me, so I can't be negative towards her. But Chloe turns around. I'm trying to tell you the story before she gives me a massive stroke. I gotta take some pills real quick, people, before my head basically throbs. Oh, cool. $15. That's not bad. All right. I'm not feeling too well right now. I got this massive headache up here. I feel like my body's gonna shut down, by the way, from all the stress. But no one cares. Manager's hoping I die, by the way, Kay. And then they want to blame it all on Chloe.
Yeah, and they want me locked up, so that's I'm actually expecting to be locked up within the next year or two.
Why?
Because then they'll always place. Then when they let me out, I won't be homeless. They'll put me in the halfway house.
So, shall we continue, everyone? So I have my... Thank you, Kane. I appreciate your comment. Anyways, my stress level's through the roof, okay? So this morning, I get up. They've been hovering over me. They think they're going to be locked up, okay? Let me tell you what the problem is with Chloe. Chloe's paranoid. She's in paranoid mode. She literally made a severe threat, right? I think it's a Class A felony. It might be a Class F felony. Let me see. Let me look. Yeah. The class, yeah. Let's see. They literally basically, let's see, but what is this exactly? Yeah, so it doesn't say what it is. Yeah, so basically, So anyway, she's all panicked, right? Neighbor turned around. Yes. 5 years or both, so it's like $500,000 fine, and I think it's a Class F felony. I think I'm not a, yeah, yeah. So I think it's like a Class F felony. Yeah, yeah. So it's under like Article Section 871, I think it is. Yeah. So basically, So, anyways, let me just do this real quick so we can finish this, shall we? There. Basically, goes ahead, right? A Class F felony, basically, for what Chloe did. Okay, so basically, Chloe turned around and made a Class F felony to a government official. Okay, so basically, Chloe turned around and made a Class F felony for this. With 12 days to go, she spent all her money. Please excuse me, my head's kind of killing me. Hey, Chris, how you doing? Well, possibly. Chloe's being evicted. Don't you know this, Chris? Oh, I forgot. You haven't been here in 6 to 8 weeks. You disappeared. You didn't hear the whole story about Chloe evicted herself. Chloe's out in 12 days. Meanwhile, Chloe's basically getting worse and worse because of the insanity. But I guess you didn't hear that. So I guess that's what, So, for some of you preppers out there, you're tuning in. This is the first part of the video today is about the story. So, Chloe turned around, made threats last night, made threats to, let's just say, someone very important, and threatened to put their head in a box and send it off to a Trumper. Now, and it was reported. Well, the county DCR, the designated crisis responder that does involuntary treatments or involuntary detainment, doesn't think it's mentally right to detain a person who basically made these threats last night. But when you take into account that Chloe's being evicted in 12 days, yes, she had plenty of window. You take in the fact that Chloe has no money, the DCRs that I talked to, or the lady who was doing it said, "Oh my God, Chloe's broke." Chloe spent the last 3 months of her income on herself. She didn't pay her bills, not all her bills, and then she depleted my funds, and then she didn't buy suitcases, she didn't buy a ticket, and she didn't buy a phone. So she's basically challenging the manager, as Kane knows, to stay. And yet, after the 30th, the sheriff will remove her and throw her to jail. Yeah, well, I'm glad, threats were last night, basically, and this morning. Now, Chloe's in a panic that she's going to be. You heard her a little bit ago, Kane. She thinks that in the next year or two she'll be in jail and they'll put her in a halfway house. The problem is Chloe. Yes, Chris, she made threats again, but it's worse than that. I can't even tell you. I got an interview with her ex roommate coming up in a few weeks. Cactus Blossom. You probably know Cactus Blossom. She's going to be interviewed by me, and I'm going to interview her jointly at StreamYards on the fact that, you know, so basically, this morning I had to literally turn around and, yeah, Chris, she lost again. Thanks for basically posting. How many people have commented on that post? That's something I was going to check on this morning. But the threats were last night, basically, Kane. What she did was she made some violent threats towards, um, let's just say government entities, okay? I'm not going to give you details. It's been reported, okay? Fortunately, the problem is when the neighbors basically turned around and supposedly reported it, the manager said, I heard this is what happened. Confirm it. I said I can't confirm or deny it, but then I reported it directly to the higher ups, which wasn't her management, but, the higher legal authority. And then she said, oh, I guess it didn't happen. And I said, well, I can't tell you if it did or didn't, because if you heard it, then you would have had to report it right away. And if they didn't report it right away, then it's mostly hearsay. But I did report it because I know what I heard. And basically, they basically know what Chloe is capable when out of anger. I mean, look, she's got 12 days left to go. She's literally losing her marbles, Chris. I mean, how would you feel if you woke up one morning and basically you have no money and you're, I mean, Chloe, literally, think about it. I mean, let's go look at the community page real quick. I just want to see anyone comment on my scanner thing. Nope. Let's see, 5 votes. Okay, so we only got 5. Oh man, yesterday's video wasn't bad at all. The comment poll thingamabob wasn't bad for you. But anyways, let me just get back to it. So Chloe turns around and legally made some, yeah, but let's just put it this way in easy terms, Chris. Okay, since you're watching, all right. Chloe told the manager to F off because of her temper. Manager wasn't playing games. Chloe's got 12 days left after she had a window to buy suitcase, everything. Now she has nothing in her pocketbook, and she's basically stressing, paranoid, and treating everyone like crap, thinking that they all want her to go to prison. Yeah, exactly. So, hey, the poo poo. So, you hear any gossip outside? I did not. All right, well, you can go play your game or whatever. When and if the phone rings, which is more likely not going to today because of time. But I want to tell the story over a pinch before I have a headache. Cool head? Yeah, to a point, Chris. Unfortunately, the threats were so bad that the government's going to be knocking on my door in the next 10 days. You see, how do you keep cool? You just tell the truth. I mean, let's just put it this way. Chloe got so mad she wants certain somebody's head in a box. I don't have to explain anything more, but she said she wants to deliver it to the neighbor who's supposedly a Trumper, and the neighbor is, in her opinion, this was this disturbed me. Chris was apparently the guy who's a white trash. She said he's white trailer trash. Is in love, redneck hill jack, white trailer trash. Chloe's opinion last night, screaming, yelling, in love with a Mexican beaner or spick. So Chloe's becoming racist too. So Chloe's not only racist, but she's basically getting to the point of no, you know. Look, Kane, the threats were last night, dude. She basically made a severe one that's a Class F felony. How many times do I have to explain it to you? A Class F felony is 5 years in jail and like $250,000 to $500,000 fine. I mean, literally, you sit there and say, "Oh, it was last night and this morning." I mean, look, I don't make threats. Threats aren't. I mean, literally, the point is that she basically made, so she made threats that, then she turns to me this morning and she admits she made the threats, and now she's in a panic and a pickle because she literally, quote unquote, made capital, or should I say, Class F felony threats, which we know what Class F felony threats is. Yeah. And yet, you guys turn around. So well, let me put it this way, Chris. You and I have been friends for a long time. I got to ask you this question, Chris. No, when I'm still at StreamYard, so if you ever want to StreamYard with me, that'd be all cool too. Mark keeps asking, where have you been? But that wasn't what the question I was going to ask. I know you're a busy person. I was going to say something to you that was very important to me, Chris. Oh, yeah, here it was. So last night, Kane, as you know, he's got his little wrench too because we're lost a few moderators. I don't know if you heard this, but moderator Fanny Urban Homesteader passed away February 12th, so she's no longer with us. She is not even making any videos on her channel. But my question to you is, last night a guy, I think it was Callie, wasn't it Callie Kane? Yeah, I think it was Callie, right? Callie turned around and told me the only one that needs their head examined in the hospital is me, Chris, not Chloe. But yes, I'm very cool, calm, and collected because I don't make threats like Chloe. Fortunately, the problem is words aren't worth 250,000 for me to act crazy. Well, the problem is this, okay? It's the principle, Chris, okay? It's the principle. When someone goes and makes a threat against a federal official, let's just say former federal officials, current officials, judges, etc. It literally gets to the point where they are a loose cannon that they could literally snap. I mean, look, let's just look at John Hinckley. Dad was talking about John Hinckley. You remember old Hinckley, right? You remember what happened to him. He was in love apparently with Jodie Foster, and look what happens. Apparently, this is not misinformation, YouTube. Apparently, he tried to assassinate Reagan, supposedly, and look where it got him. All because he loved, what was it, Jodie Foster? So think about it. Yeah, Callie was being rude, exactly. But you know what? You did the right thing, Kane. Thing is, look at the big picture here, my friends. I mean, look what Chloe's done. She's literally did a Class F felony. You have to be cool. I mean, look, I called this morning. Right, here's what I did, Chris. I'll tell you exactly how I played it. Played the phone call, from my own mind. Okay, my mind goes like this. I called and I told the lady I need to put this in a document, right? A mental document. Okay, that's the first thing you do. Okay, when Chloe basically goes and verbally says a Class F felony, right? And you're already hearing people talking on the chatter on the scanner, right? And Chloe's like, oh, well, there's two things I told the lady, too, Chris. Let me tell you what I said. I read the DSM-5. You know this because I told you I know mental illness pretty well. So last night I watched a movie, right? A couple movies about dissociative identity disorder, also DID. I knew about it because of my husband, or MPD. How my husband can keep it away from people is beyond me, okay? The Social Security said he had this, okay? So, for the sake of the argument, Chris, give me 1 second. I want to tell you something that's very important. Okay, Chris, let me explain this DID to you. Okay, it's called multiple personality disorder. Okay, have you seen that movie, Frankie and Alice? Hmm. And you've heard of that whole thing about Sybil, right? The movie Sybil, right? Now let me just get back to it. I have a UFOs. We'll talk about that. Maybe I'll do an interview with you, Chris, live on YouTube, so you can explain this to me. I'm fascinated. But how about we open my planner up and set a schedule? So, say sometime in May we can do it when I don't have any trouble from. Now, let me just be cool as a cucumber here and just explain the multiple personality or dissociative. Okay, I think Chloe's got when she gets angry, someone else takes over because now she's all in a panic and she's like, "You're going to jail." So I think it might be multiple personality. What do you think about that? Yeah, Frankie and Alice was on Stars. It has Halle Berry. She did a damn good job, didn't she, Kane? Stripper who was in the 70s who came out and couldn't figure out things, and they finally figured out she had DID or dissociative identity disorder or thing. Thing is, Chloe's right now in paranoid state. She's paranoid they're going to pick her up and arrest her and lock her away because she literally made a severe threat. And yet, when I was on the phone today, I said, "Look, I'm here to report a crisis." And the lady's like, "Oh, okay. What is this crisis?" And I told her my name. And she says, "Oh, I've talked to you before." She says, "Your roommate?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "What did your roommate do this time, right?" And I said, right? Anyways, don't mind me. I'm going to turn my scanner up this morning. So, the point is, I turned around and I told the lady, "Look, last night she basically started calling people beaners and spits, redneck hicks, and on and on and on. And she was going to call ICE on them." And lady said, "Has she made phone calls before?" I said, "Yeah. She's called on my family. She's called on this. She's basically uses the telephone as a secret nuclear weapon." Oh, excuse me for 1 second. I'm going to pause this. Or mute it, I mean. Hello? Thank you, everyone, for being patient. That was the county DCR. Okay, let me give you the thing. So I talked to a lady today. She had the DCR call me. The DCR called up the county DCR. The county DCR is in another island. So the lady said she has to call Chloe's therapist. Chloe's therapist is now well aware of what's going on and is they got to figure out what to do because apparently the therapist doesn't know that Chloe doesn't have any money left. Boat boy. Yeah, haha, very funny, Chris. So the lady said she's trying to get a hold of the Margaret's butter, beans, and corn. Oh, well, I'm happy for you, Chris. Yeah, I picked up a lot of canned meats myself. So, anyways, so basically, so go to the dentist. Why would I want to go to the dentist? Boat boy, good to see you. I think if I remember correctly, you're from England. How is England, by the way, boat boy? You guys waiting for the King Chucky's coronation? I love that nickname, King Chucky. Okay, so I told the lady, right? So last night, Chloe was on the phone to the sheriff, and she was using racist, derogatory remarks. Literally, the lady said, "Well, there's a lot of consequences now. Chloe's got a lot of consequences, and Chloe literally is in paranoid mode. I mean, literally, spent all their money. The lady said she doesn't understand why. Chloe could have basically done things differently, but said Chloe didn't. Chloe could have went to Walmart to get suitcases. I told her this. Chloe just doesn't want to do anything. And she said there's consequences. So, well, this basically really is a challenging thing. She said the other thing is like Chloe's day after the 30th of April, and um, then let the she was surprised there was a no trespass order. Literally, she was like, "Oh my God, Chloe got a no trespass order for life," and she had to make note of that. You know, so I told the lady, and so the lady was very polite, and was like, you know, really in panic. So, anyways, so the lady basically was stating, no money. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, let me just put it this way, Chris. Rice is something you don't want to prep for, because if there is a EMP and you have gas, you're fine. But if the EMP shuts down everything, your gas will not be pumped to your house, so you won't be able to cook. So, second thing is if there's a nuclear attack with an EMP, the other problem, Chris, is if you look at the EMP problem is they're not pumping your gas, your water could be contaminated, and how much water are you going to be using? You're out of your bottled drinking water to make rice. I would stick with stuff like canned mac and cheese, not canned mac and cheese, spam, and corned beef hash, and sausage hash, and ham hash, and bacon hash, and sausage hash, and canned meats like that. But while we have all these people here today tuning in, Chloe basically is in a paranoid state due to the fact of what was happening um that. So not eating canned black eyed peas and butter beans, that's a good source of protein because it is canned. You just got to rotate your stock out from time to time. Be nice, boat boy. What did boat boy say? Go see the dentist. Why do I need to see the dentist, boat boy? Well, words might not be worth 250,000, but Chloe said it last night. So the lady is now in kind of defense mode because she's got to basically find out why this has happened. And the thing I told her was that the Chloe won't give up politics. That's all she dwells on. She thinks the government's gonna take away her hormones. The government's forced to be a man. The government's gonna, so she's in a paranoid state on everything. So the point being is Chloe turned around, right, and made these threats, and the you know you know so has anyone checked on the Ukrainian news today? NATO chief calls for allies to do even more when it comes to weapons and supplies. Wow. Absolute vodka won't ship to Russia. Hmm. Russia has not transferred nuclear weapons to Belarus yet. Oh, wow. That's nice to know. See? Hmm. So, this is why you guys got to keep prepping. Life sentence for high treason for Russian citizens. Wow. Hmm. So, anyways, I'm just checking the news real quick. So, Wall Street Journal thing, they're talking about. So, anywho, so Chloe basically turned around, and well. So last night I was watching a movie, right? And we're talking about prepping, right? And I was thinking about an article I read, and I'll be covering that sometime today's episode. But basically, the episode was, later today was going to talk about prepping, and why one of our YouTubers, our head commentator, Tildor, said not even a blue wave is going to save the Black Swan event. And then I was reading an article about the banking collapse working through the system to reset the dollar due to the fact that the American people was saying that the debt ceiling won't be raised. It's been 76 days since there was a meeting between President Biden and President Biden, Speaker of the House McCarthy, and when Tildor said not even a blue wave will literally save it, he meant, even if there's a blue wave, we're not going to be saved. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'd call him Vlad too. Vlad the Impaler. At least you know your history, Chris. That I'm impressed with Vlad the Impaler. But so the DCR said to listen for the phone call to come in from whatever it is. So the point being is, she said she's got to reiterate this to her Chloe's therapist, because Chloe's therapist doesn't know what Chloe's done with her temper. I mean, literally, Chloe's therapist does know that Chloe's therapist doesn't have any money, and now there's some consequences, and those consequences are pretty bad. So a lot of people are, now concerned what's going to happen in the future with Chloe. Well, even if you have a solar cooker, you still need to use rice to basically absorb to cook the rice. So, are you willing to waste your bottled water, Chris, during a nuclear or EMP disaster when when something does happen? I noticed the Dow Jones. It's almost 3 o'clock, so Dow Jones went up, which means groceries went up again today. So let's go look at that real quick. So it's up 20 points. So all I have to do is look at my buy it again program, and it'll tell me exactly. Yep. So everything went up again. Prices went up as soon as the stock market went up. So this is my theory I have. Prices go up when the stock market goes up. Prices go down when the stock market goes down. So everything's going up because of the stock market going up today. So anyways, so I don't know what else to tell you guys, but you know what? We're all in a world of wondering what's going to happen, Mm-hmm. So now that we have Kane and Chris here, hey, Chris, I got a question for you. If I post the link down below, you want to join me and give me your opinion on what's going on with the crazy lady from Borneo? You don't have to. I'd like to get your opinion. What do you think? If I give you the link, you want to join? Maybe we can talk for a bit. Figure, get your opinion. Maybe I'd, get your opinion, maybe. You don't have to. It's just a thought. What do you think? Coffee time with Rita. You join me and we can talk about the crazy lady. Oh, gallbladders. Usually they remove the gallbladder. My husband had his gallbladder removed. I remember that. Yeah. One day he went to like 4 emergency rooms. They gave him medicine. EMS got tired. Finally, he got to this one hospital. He was complaining so bad. They looked at him and they said, your gallbladder is going to rupture. We're going to go and send you into emergency surgery, and then from there remove it. Well, you're a good son. I'm happy for you for monitoring your mom. That's what. So, anyways, but you can always comment down below while you're monitoring your mom. Give me your opinions. What do you think? What do you think they should do to her? I mean, well, last time I was talking to Zoe about this problem, you got the. Let me look this up. Okay, let's look, because this lady was asking about. Let me look. Is this what we need? I guess PDF. Oh, here we go. So the lady first has to open up an Involuntary Treatment Act case, right? She did. So what it is it's the statutory framework for civil investigation, evaluation, detention, and commitment individuals experiencing mental disorder, okay, or a substance use disorder, whose symptoms are so acute by the individual may need to be treated on an involuntary basis at an ENT and evaluation treatment facility, secure withdrawal management and stabilization. IDA governs the actions of a designated crisis responder, used to be DCMA, designated mental health profession, DMHP, but now it's DCR. Law enforcement, healthcare providers, and the court process conduct investigations and evaluations to determine if an individual meets criteria for an emergency or non-emergency involuntary treatment, detention, and treatment. All right, let me get to talking. This is going to be interesting for you guys. All right, so it goes like this. So we're gonna, you and I, Chris, we're gonna look this over together. Conducting investigation, evaluation, determine an individual meets criteria for. Okay, we read that. Written petitions so the court may order involuntary testifying court proceedings, monitor compliance for individuals who have been released from commitment under LRA, less restrictive alternative, which won't be happening because Chloe has no home. The Involuntary Treatment Act process may initiate for anyone within the state of Washington. An individual is typically referred to a family member, first responders, caregivers, medical providers, and care providers for ITA investigation evaluation. Referrals for ITA investigation arise from concerns regarding individual safety, history, and presentation of mental disorder or substance use disorder symptoms. An ITA investigation includes examining alleged facts through reasonably available information, records, and witnesses. The ITA evaluation consists of an interview with the individual to determine if symptoms of the individual mental disorder or substance use disorder places the individual at risk due to the likelihood of serious harm and gravely disability. Okay, so, all right, so IDEA often conduct in hospital emergency departments or outreach into the community. We already did the outreach part, so that's part of it, right? Terminology. All right, so let's get to the terminology now. We've read the first part, you know. Yeah, well, you mean she's basically burning every one of her bridges. I agree, Chris. Yeah, well, I think you're right completely. You know, my sister Teddy, Chris, you've never met Teddy. She's a great girl. She's my biological sister, half sister. She stated the other day on the phone that Chloe's going to have to hit rock bottom before she realizes she needs help. But I think she already hit rock bottom. You know, she's worried about, you know, politics and Donald Trump being president again and the Republicans taking over and taking away her hormones and taking away birth control and taking away and taking away and taking away and taking away. She's in a blue state, so why should she worry? But all she dwells on is politics. So let's go into the definitions. So gravely disabled means that due to an individual's mental disorder, substance abuse, Chloe keeps claiming that she has no money because she's been drinking booze, all right, or use disorder. The individual is in danger of serious harm resulting from failure to provide for the essential needs of health and safety. Well, she always steals my food. She eats everything. She gets really worse mentally when it comes to telling her to pipe it, to keep quiet, to slow down, to think before she talks. So is she providing for essential needs? No, she didn't buy a ticket. She didn't buy a phone, and she didn't buy suitcases. So that means she's, you know, or demonstrates severe deterioration of routine. Well, let's see. The dishes are all piled up, and she refuses that. Loss of volitional control over the actions is not current receiving care that's essential to the individual. And she wipes off her therapist. She basically wipes her therapist off every time her therapist gives her homework. So, does she meet criteria 1? Yes, definitely, in my opinion. Likelihood of serious harm means a substantial risk that a physical harm will be self-inflicted. She hurts herself all the time. Inflicted upon another, threaten to call CPS, APS, ICE, other government agencies on neighbors. She will do that. I know this. Or inflicted upon the property of others. Yeah. This includes attempts or commit suicide or harm oneself. She always harms herself. Or behavior that causes harm or places another person in reasonable fear they will be harmed. Well, let's go over this for a second, because what I need right now is to find that letter the lady was asking me to find on the no trespass order, because she had a no trespass order put for life, and the lady was really interested in that piece of information. You know, so I don't know where I put it. I think it disappeared. I think Chloe threw it away. I think Chloe doesn't want it anywhere around the house because, she doesn't want to be reminded. But, the thing is, she had a no trespass order, which is something someone basically wouldn't do. So, to me, it's kind of an odd thing. Might be on my desk here, but anyways, we'll find out later, right? So, she does this. Yeah. So she got delivered it for life. The manager, of course, made a copy of it, saying that Chloe's severely mentally ill now. This includes threats or attempt to commit suicide, harm behavior, cause harm, or place another person. Well, the no trespass order was for a reasonable fear they will be harmed or behavior that causes substantial loss or damage to property of others. She's damaged property. After the petition is written and the individual is served with the petition, the individual is taken to custody and transported to a licensed facility except the individual treatment. Typically, the accepted facility requires the individual has been medically screened. Ensure the individual does not have any medical treatment needs, which are beyond the scope of the treating facility. Mostly being transgendered is, hormones can be issued. Individual detained for mental disorder may be detained at ENT, and individual detained for substance use may be detained at the SMMS facility. The facility may be duly credited into both NT and SWMS. The individual may be treated and stabilized at a licensed facility up to 120 hours, excluding weekends and holidays. For further evaluation treatment, the individual must be released after initial 120 hours unless treatment team determines the individual is still at risk and petitions the court. The court conducts a hearing to determine if a 14-day commitment will be ordered for additional treatment. The individual has the right to legal representation through the process, intent to court proceeding, yada, yada, yada. Federal gun rights. Individual loses their federal gun rights, not allowed to possess firearm for 6 months, yada, yada, yada. If the individual does not stabilize within 14 days, they can ask for a 90-day commitment, and the individual will transition to a long-term community bed or state hospital. Investigating court process and mental health treatment service not themselves not be billable to Medicare, Medicare, and third-party investigator. So the state takes care of the bill. So the authority, RCW, yada, yada, yada. Let's just go to RCW, whatever, because I'm curious. And there we go. Let's see what it says here, because I'm always curious. Behavior health disorders. Here we go. Legal intent. So, commitment laws applicable, voluntary detention, or judicial commitment. So, they're basically looking into this case due to the fact that, Chloe has no money and, I'm having to monitor. I'm thinking they're trying to. I think people like Chloe need to help, but she's kind of scouring. You mean souring everything she touches? She actually burns all her bridges, Chris. But so under the RCWs, she's got to be a threat to herself or others. What did she do? She made a federal threat. That's got to be investigated now. She's calling her neighbors beaners and spicks. That's, as she said, a normal. She's literally threatening to call different departments to get the neighbors in trouble. That's being investigated. So going through the legal mental route is easier than reporting this to the manager, she said. So it's all up to the DCRs what to do. So for some of you out there wondering what I'm going to do today, I think I'll wait for the phone to ring, and I will be here for a while. It's coffee time with Rita. I want to get your guys' opinions. So, Chris, what do you think? You think, you know, involuntary or, what are just based on, what do you think? That's funny. All right, sorry, peeps. I had to laugh. Okay, so let's just get back to business. All right. So basically, you know, um, the well, the issues on hand. Well, yeah, Kane, it is complicated, but I want to get your guys' opinions now. I mean, look, I'm here for you guys, okay? And because I'm here for you guys need to know that oh, I didn't take my morning pill, so here we go. So basically, seems kind of, well, it might be complicated, Kane, but think about it. They have to open an investigation. I mean, look, she basically is racist. She basically spent all her money. She basically made threats. She's now paranoid after making threats. Hmm. Hmm. So now they're basically, having to, um, you know, So the lady said that she's paranoid, and she's having paranoid delusions, which is really scary because the lady said someone who's a ticking time bomb can basically snap. I mean, she's already snapped today twice, and told the lady to F off. She thinks she's immune because she's a trans woman. you know. So, I got that look, it's because I'm basically scared because, to me it's scary to know what the hell's going on, when it comes to you know, what's going on in the world. And so to me it is complicated. Burdock pills. Yeah, I would try something, before going to surgery. If it ruptures, you lost your mom, Chris. So you got to look into that aspect too. I mean, maybe you don't trust hospitals, but still, Chloe doesn't trust hospital, and she literally hates the hospital. You know what? I was telling the the um the lady, that what happened the other day, right? I said she went from here when I told her not to do something stupid. She went to the restraining order place, called them out, went to Advocate 234's office, called them out, went to the hospital. She says that is behavior that is basically should be reported then, which it was, and they should have detained her then. But because she's let herself go, the complication is now they have to do something because there's 12 days left with no money, you know. I mean, so what do you think, Kane? Do you think she needs to be detained to a hospital? Tell me what you think, Kane. I mean, literally, everyone, I made the poll as a joke, okay? Because, the point is I made that poll, mental hospital or live in a mental hospital. Living in a mental hospital means you would never get better. 2 is a halfway house, which, Chloe said Arizona, but they're not going to take care of someone who's mentally ill. 3, a group home, which she told them to F off. 4 is assisted living, where they again told her she told her that she told the group home the assisted living to F off, and then the homeless, she's basically putting herself on the streets, homeless. And the lady said that is where your mental illness is getting worse. Yeah, I agree, Kane, but you know what? She won't go to this hospital. It's Catholic. She already told the Catholic hospital where to stick it because the Catholic hospital's against her rights as a woman who she's entitled to have a cooter. And because she doesn't have a cooter, she's now attacking everyone, saying she's more female than anyone, even though she's got a dog. So she's mentally is set that, well, it's fine to be a woman with a penis, but, there's nothing wrong. See, the problem with Chloe is when you deal with someone this severely mentally ill, it's deteriorating rapidly because they'll be homeless. They're literally, um, bringing themselves around and bringing themselves down and around. So, for example, while she's bringing herself down, burning her own bridges, um, she doesn't care except for, as long as it only is for her, because of it. I mean, they are literally investigating like crazy. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Anyways, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick, gentlemen, but I will be back momentarily. But I wanted to share that with you guys, you know, you know, that, they're investigating and they have to investigate because of what she has said. There we go. So now I know where this is at. I don't have to worry about it. There. Okay, so I'll go through the rest later. But my point is Chloe's a loose cannon. Voluntary go? Yeah, I agree. Give me a second, guys. Gotta use the restroom. So I go in, everyone, because Chloe's paranoid. So I sit there and I tell Chloe outright. I said, look, we got 2 calls coming back. Therapist and the county DCR that does voluntary, right? Voluntary and involuntary. Unfortunately, the problem doesn't answer the question of involuntary or voluntary anymore. The problem is it has to do with non-voluntary, right? Involuntary, right? ITA. Fortunately, Chloe's paranoid because of what she said. It could get her 5 years in mental hospital. Fortunately, Chris and I know mental hospitals quite well that I don't think they're going to give 5 years, all right? Oh, let me see if there's that link again. Here we go. So basically, they're claiming Chloe's got a mood disorder, right? So, well, here it is. King County, the information, all right? Let's see. What is involuntary treatment court? So basically, it says Fairfax, Harborview, Cascade, Swedish, so it doesn't affect Chloe. So it says you need a lawyer, blah, blah, blah. Hmm. 6 weeks to get paid $10 plus gas just to testify. Sorry, dude, but so basically, 72-hour. Oh, you can have a jury trial for involuntary. That's cool. I don't even know what happened. So, anyways, they call it the criminal division. See, I was looking at King County, But anyways, the point I'm making is it's funny, So, voluntary and involuntary, Yeah. Okay, here we go. The medical necessity of DCR can meet the criteria. Okay, found this from King County. So let's look it over coffee. Okay, you guys might find it interesting. Chris and Kane and whoever else. Well, let's look this over. It says medical necessity for voluntary or involuntary following requirements is required. No outpatient service can meet the person's mental health needs. Well, our therapist should know that by now. Proper treatment of the person's condition requires inpatient services under the direction of a psychiatrist. The inpatient service will likely improve the person's level of functioning or prevent further decline in functioning. The person has qualifying mental health diagnosis and the person meets the legal criteria for involuntary care but agrees to hospitalization. Involuntary needs meet RCW and RCW. Okay, so definitions. Let's look at the definitions. Definition is admitted alcoholism. She claims she's got booze. Behavioral health service provider means public-private agent provides mental health. Includes not limited to community behavioral health agency. Crisis stabilization, custody department. Yeah, this ain't it. I hate all these damn legalese, Chloe claims she's on booze, Oh, detention or judicial commitment. Here we go. Person who developmentally disabled, impaired substance use disorder, suffer dementia shall not be detained for voluntary or judicial commitment because person gravely disabled or present a likelihood of serious harm. Well, she's getting worse. However, a person with development is impaired substance suffer dementia, otherwise are not eligible for detention. So there you go. So if you have dementia, you don't get basically. Okay, so that isn't it. Rights reviews, conditions, status, detention, person refusing voluntary commission. Here we go. Nothing in the chapter shall be construed, yada, yada, yada. Practitioner of treatment, behavioral health disorder, either by direct application or by referral. Any person voluntarily admitted for inpatient treatment for any public private agent shall be released immediately upon his or her request unless involuntary. Either by direct application or referral. Okay, yeah. Any person voluntarily admitted for inpatient treatment to a public private agent shall be orally advised of rights immediate, yada, 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 yada. Professional staff, a person is brought to the emergency room of a public private agency or hospital for observation or treatment. The person refuses voluntary admission. The professional staff of the public private agency hospital regards such person as a result of behavioral health disorder and imminent likelihood of serious harm. So because I just walked out in a hospital gown and socks and underwear, and I went home to sleep, they basically thought I wasn't a threat. Good. Or presenting an immediate danger because of gravely disabled. They must detain a person for sufficient time to notify the DCR such person's condition and unable to designate crisis responder to authorize such person being further held in custody or transported to an ENT center, secure withdrawal management and stabilization facility, or approved substance use disorder treatment program pursuant to the conditions in this chapter, but which time shall be no more than 6 hours from the time the professional staff notified the DCR and the need for an evaluation, not counting time periods prior to medical clearance. So, currently the lady called me at approximately, was restricted, so the number won't come up, so let's just look. She called me at 11:16 a.m., so 1 hour. So she's got a coordination of 5 hours left. Okay. So, but which time shall be disregard the requirement that this dismissal of a commitment petition not an appropriate remedy for a violation of the timeless requirements of this section based on intent of the chapter. So, there you go. So basically, blah blah blah. Right? Oh, yeah. I wasn't done reading this, but yeah. So let's see here. Petition for emergency detention person with behavioral health disorders. Okay. Open and open and open and open and open and open. All right. Petition for initial detention when DCR, lease protocols. Okay, so I got 5. Let's see here. Designator receives information alleged person as a result of a behavioral health disorder presents an immediate likelihood of serious harm or immediate danger because of being gravely disabled. After investigating and evaluating specific facts alleged of the reliability and credibility of the person or person providing information, if any, the DCR responder may take such person or cause by oral or written orders such as persons to be taken into emergency custody in an ENT facility. Okay, we get that. So, for more than 120 hours, subject B, the subject and peace officer may take cause such person to custody. So, peace officer, Chloe didn't get that. When she has reasonable cause to believe that such person suffering from a behavioral health disorder presents an immediate likelihood of serious harm or is immediate danger because of being gravely disabled. So, you got to basically look at the words. Remember, I keep telling you guys, play on words. So, when you look at laws like this, you literally, legally, you got to look at through the fine print. So, it says Reasonable cause to believe such person is A, suffering from behavioral health issue, Chloe is, or presents an immediate likelihood of serious harm, or is in immediate danger because of being gravely dangerous. Well, let's see. She has no money, and she decided to do something different, right? Yeah. Okay. So you have to have 3 hours for medical clearance once taken in. Yeah. Then it says the interview performed by a DCR may be conducted by video without a licensed healthcare professional or professional person. But now that Chloe basically has got a no trespass order for life with Advocate One's office, that lady was more interested in that piece of paper alone, right? All right, so it says if person subject to evaluation order is located in the ER, Chloe refuses this hospital. She refuses. She'll take serious consideration of observation opinions by examining emergency room physician, advanced registered nurse practitioners, and yada, yada, yada. But since Chloe already called them names and everything, the lady was really, she's basically really trying to keep herself out. Okay, evaluation by DCR. When a DCR is notified by a jail, okay, when a defender is under court ordered, when a DCR is aware of the offender who's under court ordered, or nothing and saying, okay, so this is required notification. All right, so yeah, that doesn't work. Any facility receiving a pursuant shall require the DCR to prepare a petition. Okay. Circumstance on when a person's condition was made known, stating there is evidence as well his or her personal observation or investigation of the actions of the person for which application is made constitute likelihood of serious harm, or that he or she is gravely dangerous. So let's just go over the gravely disabled card, okay? That means someone who can't take care of themselves, okay? They won't do the cooking, they won't do the cleaning, they're in their room, they're allowing everything to go to crap, and yet they basically spend all their money. They don't have any money. They're being kicked out in 12 days. That would say gravely disabled. So, what is the definition of gravely disabled? Well, we'll look that up soon. Him or her result in his or person is involuntary placed in evaluation the next judicial day, blah, blah, blah. Well, there you go. So, let's continue. Acceptance of petition, duty of state hospital. Okay, this is detention period, evaluation, treatment, 14 days, unless they go for 90. Additional initial detention, DCR does not to detain a person for evaluation, treatment, or 48 hours have elapsed since designated received request for investigation. So they have 48 hours total to investigate. Taking action to have the person an immediate family member or guardian of the person or federally recognized Indian tribe as a person member that may petition Superior Court for the person to be initially detained. Yeah. Petition must contain description of the relation between petitioner and person, date, and court shall follow. Court must issue. Court enters an ordeal and initial detention dates. Yada yada yada. So there you go. So let's continue. Let's go and look this up. Yeah. For an involuntary case, person needs to meet legal criteria. We already looked up that gravely disabled, general hospitalization, acceptable alternative, exploring other mental health, but okay. King County, yada, covered what happens during a stay, yada, 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 mental health, what happens after stay, referral for residential facility service are in there, other intensive. So that, they could basically do that because, Chloe, I set up housing for Chloe for in residential stay for long term, and she turned and told the state to F off. So let's look at the definition. So gravely disabled. Gravely disabled. No. Washington State definition of gravely disabled. Ah, there we go. In making a determination whether a person is gravely disabled, presents a likelihood of serious harm, is in need of assisted outpatient treatment, and a hearing conducted under, the court must consider symptoms and behavior of the respondent in light of all the available evidence concerning the respondent's historical behavior. So historical, which means stuff they've done in the past, by the way, seems pretty fair to me, right, guys? Yes. Hey, Ted, welcome. My Sanders, I was 51. You know, my scanner is it's windy today, so I got my scanner off, right? My one of my base station scanners is off. I'll show you my scanners, by the way. See? So if you look right there, I got the lower one going. It goes to 8 counties, but you know, my digital, it's the top one that's turned off right now. It Sanders, it always picks up stuff from Canada. It's a digital trunking scanner, so it's funny because they're always talking about 5150. I was telling that to the lady today. You know, she was like shocked. You know, seems combination are usually for for involuntary, yes, but remember, there's 3 criteria, Kane, that has to be met. That's what we're talking about, okay? One is, hello, my Sanders. How are you today? Welcome to my channel. Ted, welcome, Ted Batter. Let me just say, for involuntary, you got to meet either one of the 3. Yeah, well, 3 criteria. 1, destruction of property or destruction of someone else's property. 2 is a gravely disabled, which we're reading the definition now. Or 3 is a threat to yourself or others. And she already made threats last night. So, you know, and with 12 days to go, she's gravely disabled. So she meets that clause. Symptoms or behaviors with standing load would not justify civil commitment may support a finding of gravely disabled or likeliness serious harm, or finding that the person is in need of assisted outpatient treatment. But because she's got 12 days ago and she's lying to her therapist and hiding things, her therapist doesn't know what to think. Her therapist has been informed behavior closely associated with symptoms or behavior which preceded delete a past incident of involuntary hospitalization, severe deterioration, which she is, think of it, 12 days before she's homeless, or one more violent acts. These symptoms or behaviors represent a marked and concerning change in the baseline behavior of the respondent. Without treatment, the continued deterioration of responsible is probable. Now, let's just talk about this for a minute. Have we just did 50? We're not going to 5150 her and her. That's not our job. But as you look at the mental illness, right, for gravely disabled, has Chloe been gravely disabled? Yes. She had 3 months warning that she was going to be kicked out, 2 months warning, 1 month warning. She could have got a ticket. She could have got other things. But what did she do? She spent all her money, right? And the therapist doesn't know this. So Chloe's now looking at a no trespass order from this property for life if they do this. Why? Because she spent all her money. So, likelihood of serious harm is conducted. There's the great weight in any evidence before the court regarding the person has a recent history of 1 or more violent acts. Think of it this way: in the last 2 months, she's went to Advocate 1's office, Advocate 2, 3, and 4's office, and the hospital. All basically going, all 3 of them out of anger. Can't control her temper and anger and yells and screams at them. Then 2 weeks later, she goes to Advocate 1's office again. They serve a no trespass order for life. Equal provision under the laws in another state were based on, let's say, a recent history, 1 or more violent acts, a recent history, 1 or more commitments under this chapter, or equivalent shall not be sold based on determining what brings into like serious harm. Under law in another state, for the purpose of the subsection recent, refers to a period of time not exceeding 3 years prior to current hearing. So she's been in voluntary hospitals, but this is worse than that because at the time she always had a place to fall back to. This time she doesn't. So she's getting more and more violent, more and more things. So the definition, let me see here. Send this off to a friend of mine real quick just to see her opinion. That's nice. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. So, what they're looking at is they know she has put damage on the property. She's made complete threats. they also know that there's a video circling around that literally it's on my phone, which I have, which literally is her screaming, yelling, and threatening to go after a half Mexican, half African American woman in the middle of the night. So I need to check my Google Voice, see if there's anything from her therapist. More likely not, because her therapist always emails my damn phone instead of Google Voice. So yeah. So anywho, so what you're dealing with currently is someone who's basically um you know, hello, my name is Ted. Nice to meet you, Ted. Ted Batter. Hello. I was 5150 once. Was the scariest thing. My neighbor was 5150 once. Apparently, the joke goes that's part of her email now. So she was telling me about this. But point is, look at Chloe. She's never been 5150. But you got to look at the gravely disabled law closely. Has she destroyed property in the past? Yes. Oh, hold on a sec. Let me see. This is a number. Hold on. Hello? Higgins, would you just pipe it? Okay, so I got an update for you guys. All right, so I talked to the county DCR. He's in Lopez Island, apparently. Hey, Mop. He literally made this statement. Okay, this is why I find everything to be so damn funny. Okay, so who is this guy? Ted Batter. Okay. Started an account today. Higgins is complaining about that. Thanks, Higgins. So he asked who this guy is, and he said this guy was removed for something. I don't know what it is. Let me look. I haven't been paying attention. So I talked to the DCR. The DCR called me, and we talked about what Chloe's doing. Even if she's heavily alcoholic, they can't touch her unless she makes a direct threat and plans to kill someone. So the thing is they're going to let them know. But more than likely, they're not. Fortunately, I told them in the past what's going on. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Duh. Hold on a sec. So when I told him everything going on, he said, well, we're not in the investigation of, let's see here. Let's see. So this guy here, he only had one. I saw 3 men. I see. What's this? So he says hello. So you banned the guy for saying hello. Huh. I don't know what's going on. Boatman said something, and then you got this guy who says hello. He says, my name's Ted Batter. And then he says hello. I don't know. Message Higgs about that. That kind of interests me, What the hell is going on? Calls me. Did he really call me? Cops are heading over there to your place right now. I hope they put you in there. Really? Cops are coming to my place? It would be on the scanner about now. I'm rude to Chloe? That's funny. Am I rude to anyone, people? So basically, this is really funny. So Higgins emails me this, right? I did not like his comment, so I gave him the boot. LM. So basically, cops are heading over there to your place right now, bitch. I hope they put you in jail because you're so rude to Chloe. How am I rude to Chloe? I'm protecting. So, anyways, this Ted Batter guy writes, doesn't Ted is rude? Yes, it is. By the way, Kane, you and moderator Higgins got to ask you a question. My question to you is what do you think? You think he's full of crap? I've heard this many times over. Oh, law enforcement coming. They would come over the scanner if they were coming here. So basically, the DCR said unless Chloe makes immediate threats as of whatever. She did say something earlier, but anyways, the thing says cops are coming over to my place. It says create an account today and comes calls you a bitch. What the heck? Never say never. Higgins uses magic powers. Ha ha. Okay. I did not like his comment, so I gave him the boot. Let's see. My name is Ted. Oh, yeah, whatever. Hello. Cops are heading over to their place right now, bitch. I hope they put you in jail because you're so rude to Chloe. Well, the question is, what would the cops be coming here for? Have I broken any laws? Oh, yeah, exactly, Kane. You see, I know that. That's why I gave you moderator position. It's a troll. You see, when someone sits there and says, oh, cops, I was on the phone to the DCR, remember? And the DCR said he couldn't touch Chloe. He said we can't touch trans people. But the best thing is Chloe can be homeless. That was his exact answer. He said, and I quote, Chloe's got to take Moppy out again, I think, so she can have a smoke. She needs a smoke. She should have a smoke. Then we can continue this while Chloe does her chores. Anyways, that pizza last night's been giving me the runs all day because of food poisoning, you know. Scariest thing ever. Hello, Rita, you put the knee up any higher, you're going to go. So I spoke to, this DCR guy. So he said unless Chloe wants to go involuntary at the taxpayer's expense, most likely Chloe might end up in jail now. So this batter guy, he's like, I'm going to share this with Chloe because I think Chloe's going to laugh at this damn troll because of it, Ted is rude. No, he's just a troll. I mean, literally. I mean, the moderating team knows what they're doing anyways, but still, I think it's funny, that, we have, people tuning in because they're all excited to know what's going on with Chloe. So let me give Chloe a smoke real quick. Yeah, and the milk. Yeah, did you? Okay, cool. By the way, if I were you, I would do two things while you're out. One, I already told him what you told him. He literally basically said he's not of Hispanic descent. He says, well, you are rude and crude. But he basically said there's nothing that can be done. So what I'm supposed to do is, did you already take the food this morning? Good, I'll leave the office door open so we can hear. Anyways, you know as well as I do, nothing's going to happen closed. That's the thing. I mean, literally. However, I do got to ask you a question privately. Something like a whisper to you. That's out of curiosity. So when you get back, you can earn a cigarette by getting the dishes done, okay? And then we'll discuss watching some reviews.
And it doesn't matter. If I get committed for a year or 5 years, it's already in the works.
Look, Chloe, let me just tell you a little surprise, okay? There's a little problem here. You're paranoid over something that may or may not happen, right? In the last 5 years, what has happened to you, truthfully?
Doesn't anything happen to me?
Why?
Because that was the first time. This is the second time.
Doesn't matter if it's the second time or first time. There's a problem here, you see. Problem is, everyone, and you guys know it is, the mental health system doesn't work. You see, they don't care. They can't care. There's So I had to send Higgins a thanks. Let me look at that again. Let me look at that again. So he says, I was trying to share this with Chloe, but Chloe went to her room again. And then we'll continue this discussion this morning about coffee time with Rita and Dip. So I want to share. Oh, that reminds me, my phone's charging. So he literally basically won't do anything. That's the thing. He thinks that it's all up to the law enforcement to do something. They can't do anything about it, Yeah, and so to this. So before Chloe leaves, I want to read Chloe this. Cops are heading over to your place right now, bitch. I hope they put you in jail because you are rude to Chloe. Really? How am I rude to Chloe? See you when you get back. Keep me informed. So did you don't want to take my Midland radios either?
I'm good. I'll just come to the store coming back.
Kings or Marketplace? They're not gonna pick you up. You'll be there and back. Trust. Oh, Marketplace? Okay, keep me informed. Thank you. Ted Batter was hidden by the Higgins.
Call you.
All right, phone's charging.
I'm not calling PB.
Well, if you do not call PB, then that's your problem.
Look, I'm leaving the 27th. Actually, I might actually bump it up.
Take it and then turn back.
I'm actually just leave next Monday.
Let's see when you get back. So you hear that? She's all paranoid. She wants to leave next Monday too. Her plan was to go to a mental hospital, but she's basically breaking down quicker and quicker. Anyways, Higgins, thank you so much. Have police coming to my place. That's funny. I could turn on my scanner and see. Funny thing is oh, I see why. See, so you basically when you hide someone here, Higgins actually blocked him completely. Well, that's good to know, Higgs. That's good to know. He's like, and I used my magic powers. Well, Big Brother Higgins is very, very disturbed, with that whole. So, let's see. I already viewed the deleted message, and then he was blocked. Let's see. So it says here, go to channel, report, remove, put user timeout. See, he already hit him. So what do you guys think? I mean, literally, there's too many trolls coming out. Knowing that Chloe's leaving, there's too many trolls coming out. And I have a feeling, everyone. I've told this to Higgins time and time again. I got a feeling it has to do with them getting ready to do a straight on attack because everyone thinks oh, Chloe's great, Chloe's this, there's no problems, but there is. I mean, literally, that's why I was dealing with this morning. I mean, look, even her ex-roommate has been basically keeping me in the loop, and the loop's ooh, wow, that's nice. See it. Next one. Yes, nice. Let's just see here. Oh yeah. It reminds me he was making some saying something. She was. Sorry, I was thinking of something else. So, anyways, I was just telling Chloe's ex-roommate because she's a sister and an ally. What was going on, right? So the other day, all right, here's a funny story. Okay, so the other day we were talking about what's going on, and Chloe, literally, right, Chloe last night makes these threats, right? Oh, the neighbor's going to die. This is going to happen. That's going to happen. Threaten the government official. They're, putting your head in a box, etc., etc. DCR says, well, even though Chloe did all this, and Chloe is degrading herself in the next 12 days and has no money, which, by the way, he said that just says she's got poor management skills. That's well, what about life skills, right? He's like, well, we can't really do anything about it, right? And then he says, if Chloe does any more threats, I said, well, she did threaten our friend this morning on live YouTube. Well, literally called out her name legally again. He's like, oh no, the one where they got the permanent restraining order, no trespass order. Yep. He's like, I'll note that too because she's got a hatred for her, but she hasn't done anything like that. So I said, does any of this count? And he's like, nope, not really under the Washington laws. He says all you got to do is either wait 10 or 12 days or, literally, Chloe called the sheriff last night. Every other word was beaner and spit. And then this Ted Batter says, you're being rude, really. Is there anyone in this channel besides my two moderators that thinks I'm not rude to Chloe? How many of you people out there think I'm rude to Chloe? Look. Literally, the point is we got 12 days left. Chloe basically goes and makes threats against a former government employee. And yet you guys think, oh, they're going to jail. Really? For being what? Rude to Chloe? Well, how rude was I to Chloe, huh? I told Chloe not to bring up the lady that put a no trespass order on Chloe. And yet, you guys want to sit there and be like, you're being mean to Chloe. Oh, you're being mean to Chloe. That's interesting. I guess Higgins on the phone am I being mean to Chloe? Is it in here? I guess that no trespass order isn't in my purse either. I thought it was. Oh well. The dog poo bags. Oh, it might be in here. Oh, that's key bank. I don't know. Whatever. I'll find it later, I think the manager's got a copy anyways, but still. My point is when you look at the big picture, you're all sitting there trying to defend Chloe. And yet, as Mr. Kane says the other day, I made Kane a moderator. He's been following me for a while. All you guys are is freaking bullies and trolls. Unless you have a complete reason here in this channel to turn around and literally say, and I quote, talk about mental illness, okay? Why don't you quit hiding behind the facades, okay? Hiding behind the numbers and basically give me your opinions. Literally, what are we here for? You're afraid your moderator's going to kick another one of you guys out for being rude? Come on. We got 6 viewers watching right now. 6. And yet, not one of you, except for Higgins and Kane, is commenting. 6. Six people watching, and yet no one commenting, you see? The no trespass order is basically the person saying, you scare me, stay away from me. It might be in the damn scanner. Maybe, Higgins. I don't even remember what's in the scanner. Nope, it's not in there either. Anyways, I remember it there, But anywho, problem is, that's the thing. I agree completely, Higgins. It scares me. Don't come near me. Yes. And yet, this DCR is like, oh, really? She's got a no one for life? Oh, what was it for? I don't know. They didn't tell me. Yeah. I think it might be in my office. But anyway, point being is, oh, we're scared. Exactly, Higgins. Yeah, well, with Chloe's temper, it scares everything. Literally. I don't know how much more it's going to do taxing on me. That's the thing. People say, oh, you're going to jail for... Going to jail for what? What did I do? What did I do? Did I spend all my money? No. Did I steal food? No. Who's been stealing money? Chloe. Who's been stealing food? Chloe. Who's been making threats against people? Chloe. I told the guy I'm not even allowed to leave my frickin' house. I could leave right now, but where would I go? There is no money. Yeah. See? So technically, Higgins is completely right. So we have 5 people viewing and only Higgins commenting. Thanks, Higgs, for commenting, by the way, because I'm actually proud of you right now for commenting. Because you know what? There's a lot of chickens out there, Higgins. You may not want to go on StreamYards with me, and I may joke with you that you're a chicken, but truthfully, you have a big heart. And let me tell you, Higgins knows the shit that I've been through. Do I need to play? Oh, I can't. I was just saying, when Chloe gets back, it won't happen anyway. But should I tell you about that video that's going on where she's literally made threats on video? He's like, oh, that was in the past. No, because, when she leaves, let me tell you what Chloe's plan is, okay? Let me tell you. Gun registry. Okay. Let me tell you a story. I told the guy, Chloe's plan is specifically when she leaves here, she's going to call up, apparently, this is that, federal and government agencies against everyone that she's against. He's on her hit list. He's like, well, I could just get out of it. Really? You can get out of it if a government official knocks on your door and says, hello, Mr. Higgins, we understand your law. You broke the law. And you're like, I'm just giving Higgins as an example. The guy that does the involuntary commitment. And we're here to investigate these allegations. I mean, literally, this is stuff that Chloe wants. Hello, ma'am. We understand you're illegally here from Mexico. We're here to investigate. I mean, that's Chloe's plan, literally. And I told him this. He's like, oh, well, at that point, there's nothing we can do about it. They'll just have to charge her for falsifying reports. But if she gets out of that, then he said, oh, well, the mental health system might be broken. You think? So let me just tell you what's going on, okay? For some of you guys tuned in, all right? So last night, Chloe basically calls the sheriff, makes a threat to the neighbors, right? Sheriff, she's calling the sheriff's beaners and spicks, rude, crude people. And the therapist, the DCR goes, well, you know as well as I do, Rita, that it's freedom of speech. Yes, we know this. So why am I going to jail? Oh, because I'm rude to Chloe. Really? Chloe steals money, lies, cheats, and steals. Cons. Her mom said she made her bed. Do I need to pull out the email again from her mom? Put it on the screen where it says, Tater has made his bed, let him lie in it. That's their legal name, Tater. Tater. My name is Tater. Anyways, I feel sorry for that. What's your name? Tater Tot. Anyways, let's just get down to brass tacks, okay? So basically, this guy emails and he's like, oh, you're going to jail. You're going to do. Really? That's funny. Oh, so I checked my business emails today because I know a lot of you guys emailed me last night and this morning. I checked some of it and I thought, oh, some of them are pretty good, They keep asking me what I'm going to do after these 6 years of dealing with someone who's completely loose cannon on deck. And I said, well, it'll be interesting. Mm-hmm. It will be interesting. Yep. So I have San Juan Island Prepper at yahoo.com and San Juan Island Prepper at AOL.com. And currently the emails. Interesting. One guy said that people like me and my moderating team should be in prison because we're abusing Chloe. Really, that's interesting to know because Chloe has not done anything wrong. Really? Well, let's talk about that. Chloe makes threats against a former government official last night, saying that they were going to put their heads in a box. Also, currently threatening current government officials from other countries or, And it wasn't Vlad the Impaler, by the way. It was someone else, okay? And yet, you think it's okay because you support this gorgeous man in a skirt, as what Higgins says, or gorgeous man in a dress. Give me 1 second. And yet, and yet, all right, peeps. So, anyways, where were we? Yeah. So, email came in, and they were just like, oh, we're being rude to Chloe. Really, we're being rude to Chloe. That's interesting to know, people, because the problem is either you come here to be a troll, which I don't see any of you, or you're all teaming up and getting ready to go after me because you think Chloe's been used and abused and it's all false evidence. Well, guess what? Why don't you go look at my bank statements? And by the way, the reason we're doing a special video, which means all my moderators, hopefully Kane's here, Higgins will be there, is we're going to be doing a special video when Chloe's gone. Which reminds me, Chloe asked me to check for Monday. I gotta have to check the Monday schedule. Oh, right here. So let's see. So today's Tuesday, so she wants to leave on the 24th, I guess. Wow. So she wants to bail out on the 24th, 3 days before, and work her way south to a mental hospital. And hope like hell she gets in for 2 weeks. Ted is rude, just a silly troll. Yep, that's what I wanted to say to you. But guess what? So people email and they're like, oh, you're so mean to Chloe. Really? I'm mean to Chloe? So I provide a ham, a prime rib, and a fucking turkey. All she's got to do is do the dishes that I cooked all this stuff, leftovers. And guess what? Oh, I must be mean and crude and because I supplied Easter dinner, big Easter dinner. And yet, oh, you're so mean to Chloe. Really? You don't know what the definition of fucking mean is, people, because frankly, Chloe's the one that's getting away with every freaking thing. Even the DCR can't do anything about it. DCR won't do it. You know what? The government's been informed of what the Chloe said. They're already pissed off that the mental health system is so freaking broken. Yes, Higgins, I'll watch it later. I've already seen enough stuff from between you and Pee Wee to kill a goat. So, but, my point is just think about it, all right? Think about it. People these days turn around. What are they doing? Chloe wants to run. She wants to run. Oh, they're going to involuntary commit. No, they won't. Let me tell you, the damn federal government that contacted me this morning told me they will not fucking touch Chloe. It's the DCR's job. DCR throws it back in their face. They'll just be like, I mean, literally. I mean, if Chloe wants to, yeah, Chloe already said she ain't dealing with a freaking dumbass. She knows her rights. I mean, Chloe's basically, and he thinks here, how's this for mentally ill, right? Oh, people make mistakes. Okay, I told this guy, his name's Dr. Paul. So she had 3 months to head start about not being a researcher. He said, yeah. She didn't do anything about it. He said, really? I said, yeah. 2 months in, she needed a ticket, a phone, and suitcases. She could have gotten it. He said, what happened? She didn't do anything. Payday comes this month. What you do? Goes to Safeway. Says she'll go to Walmart 2 days later. She never does. She could have got her suitcase then, her phone then, and her ticket then. Then she waited for a court thing. Now, who's the one holding the damn bag? And then you guys email me and you say, oh, it's so wrong that, the police are there to get even with Chloe. Really? That's funny. So, as a YouTuber, I can tell you, Chloe, go ahead and dock me because, frankly, only one that's going to be in trouble is you. Because, frankly, am I docking anyone? No. I'm telling you the facts. We've read the 3 rules for involuntary. Fortunately, he doesn't think so. The gravely disabled card doesn't apply to Chloe. Chloe ran out of money again. Well, yeah. And then, well, what do you want me to do about it? Simple. The government has already said you should be involuntary. Or, well, she doesn't meet the criteria, really. So she spends all her money. She threatens the lives of the neighbors yesterday. And she's threatening a former government official's head, putting in a box. And she's threatening to have Antifa go after any cops or anyone who tries to touch her. Does that sound like gravely disabled or just psychotic? And yet, not one of you who tuned in today for a news story about my roommate. You see, not one of you is literally sitting here. She told the manager. I even told him. The manager. He says, "Yes, I heard." Then the manager got told to fuck off, and because of it, she's being homeless. And yet, who was this turkey? I like that. What he says. Cops are heading over there. Really, that's funny because my police scanner is running right now. Ted Batter. I guess Ted's full of crap. Should I bring out my other scanner for my desk scanner in my office? Maybe pull that one out, put it on. We can all listen to the thing. Or should I turn on the volume up on this one? You see, someone threatens me. It doesn't work. You see, do I fear Chloe? Yeah. The next 12 days are going to be disastrous. I had a message Dink this morning. See if she's available. Why? Because I have to. I even told the DCR what she did to my cousin. He said, oh, it's alleged. Oh, really? So everything's alleged in his opinion. So basically, she's going to be homeless and they're not going to do anything. He says, once she's homeless and she's in jail, we can do something. Really? So he's basically, Yeah, so what do you think? Alleged. So basically, he says, well, once she goes to jail after the restraining no trespass order, then we can take her and personally commit her because she has no home. And yet, her mom's email said, if this isn't the definition of gravely disabled, then the state of Washington's a bunch of morons. I mean, literally, the definition of gravely disabled. Oh, well, she can go down to the store and get toilet paper and milk, so she's not gravely disabled. Oh, so it's okay for her to go and make threats. Well, that's her mental illness. Well, what is it? Well, we don't know. Could be a multiple personality disorder. Well, you're not a therapist. You don't know. I had a guy who had multiple personality, and I told the guy, you know what? I'm more qualified than you. Well, I have a degree. Yeah? Well, then give me your diagnosis, Chloe. I don't know what she has. Really? There you go, sir. She's got 23 different diagnoses. I've been studying them all, and I already weeded it down to 4 to 6, and yet you guys still can't figure it out for billing purposes. Oh, so who's the one here that basically is rude? Not me, man. This Dr. Paul guy's like, well, we'll let the DCR know. Really? You're here to let the DCR know? And then Chloe's like, I'll take the phone just in case they try to detain me. That'll be funny. Excuse me, officer. Yeah, can I'm calling on Google Voice. You detained Chloe. Could you bring my phone back to me, please? I really need it. I can't use Google Voice all the time. And if you don't bring it, literally. What the hell is going on around here, There's a lot of people signing up for this channel, either for prepping tips or wanting to, it is what it is, my friends. My Saunders, I was 51-50 once. Was the scariest thing. Everyone gets something, They tried to 51-50 me once, my Saunders. That was a funny story by itself. So police take me up there and said they're involuntary me. I walked out the front door with a gown with socks and underwear. Went home, climbed in my bed. Right, it wasn't this place. Chloe goes up there, gets my coat and my shoes. I told Chloe I was never welcome back to that hospital again. I said, okay, cool. Then afterwards, we packed up a couple months later and moved here. Now that Chloe's on her way out, what do we do? That's the thing. What I asked Higgins, I've asked Kane, and I've asked all of you who are viewers, what would you do? Roommate basically goes and makes literal threats against former federal government employees. And yet, this Ted Batter says, "Oh, the sheriff's coming. Oh, you're a bitch." Really? I don't agree, Higgins. Who is this turkey? Just a troll. Plain and simple, just a troll. So I gave him the boot. Yeah, I love how you said that. So I gave him the boot. I get the loot. You get the boot. Cops are heading over there. Really, that's funny because I haven't knocked yet. My scanner is on full. So I love these threats. Don't you, Higgins? All these people. All these people like to be rude. Do. Yeah. So, anyways, it is what it is. And yes, he is a turkey. Hello, hello. How goes it, Charlotte? I think it's Charlotte, right? Or Charlene? Yeah, I think it was Charlene. You said. Look. The bottom line, people, is you guys are hearing a story instead of prepping this morning. Okay, story is big. Literally, last night I was watching a movie, and there was a thump on the wall. Oh, it gave me almost a heart attack. And Chloe grabs the phone and calls the sheriff. Sheriff says, oh, the TV's loud. Chloe says, I don't give a shit if the TV's loud. My roommate's got hearing problems. And the lady said, oh. And then she says, why don't you go over there and pound on their door, kick it in, and tell these beaners and spicks, that was Chloe's exact wording, to do it. Every other word was beaner and spick. Then she gets off the phone and she starts making threats against the freaking neighbors. And then she threatens a former government employee by putting their head in a box and sending it to them. And then she finally calms down and leaves. I got 2 movies in, and then I decided to watch the entire season, which I didn't get to. I'm on episode 5 of My Cartoon Present. This morning, all they say is, well, the government's been informed, and yet the government agencies think she should be 51-50. And yet, we don't see there's a problem with it. All right. So how are you doing today, Charlotte? Let's see. Haven't been here. That's Charlene, right? If I remember correctly, it's Charlene, right? Yeah, it's Charlene. I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, I understand. Chloe's on her way out in 12 days. She's getting worse and worse with her temper. You do know she went to the managers about 6 weeks ago and told the manager to F off, Miss Charlene. That's the start of her damn triggers. Now look, we got a weenie roast, I think. Let's see. Oh yeah, so I guess Chloe screwed over the thing. So here we go. Yeah, you used to have a hammer next or a wrench next to your name, so let's just fix that again. Chloe was telling me she went and cleaned out some of it recently. Yeah, so anyway, Charlene, good to see you, by the way. Glad you're still around. Some of my moderators never came back. As soon as the stimulus check thing happened, they all fled the third stimulus and never came back, so. So, losses, I assume, friends and family passed away or, you know, they just left you or, whatever. So there it goes, got that fixed. She's been a moderator for years. Take that away from her. And besides, while she's there, if some troll comes in and starts insulting me like that turkey that Higgins took care of, we got more moderators on deck, so we don't have to worry. But I'm telling you, man, what a crapshoot. So, then this morning, you know, government contacts me, and then afterwards, they're like, "Oh, involuntary commitment." Well, that'll be great when they find out they won't touch Chloe with a 20-foot pole. How's that going to play out? I mean, literally, they're disgusted with Chloe. And yeah, Chloe ran out of money, and he's like, "Oh, that's not gravely disabled." So Chloe spends all her money, doesn't buy a phone, a ticket, or suitcases, and all Chloe's got a plan for is run to a mental hospital for a couple weeks. Oh yeah, that's gotta really be gravy. You shouldn't deal with it alone. Remember, I've dealt with a lot alone myself, Charlotte. Well, semi a lot by myself. My husband died, as you know. 7 years the hub's been gone, and Chloe, she's on her way out after 6. She didn't make a good partner, and she didn't make a good roommate either. Did you guys hear about my story about last night? The Little Caesars pizza boxes were completely soggy. Then all the toppings were sucked down the ceiling. And I decided to try to cook food poisoning. So last night I've been sitting on the toilet half the time. She gobbled up her pizza really real quick. So but you shouldn't be dealing with this alone. My About Me page has an email address if you ever want to talk. I just found out one of my moderators who has her own channel, Charlene, died. Their husband emailed me and said, "Yeah, Fanny Urban Homesteader passed away February 2nd or February 12th, cancer." So I understand death really well. But yeah, you shouldn't be basically stuck doing it by yourself. There's oh wow, look at this. We're cranked up to 8 now. Wonder how this is gonna play out. How many trolls are we gonna have on deck now? I mean, think about it. There's too many people who want to basically, "Oh, Chloe's rude, Chloe's rude, and oh, you're rude, Rita, you're rude." Oh, no, we're down to 7. That's good. I guess someone basically just, I don't know, but still, we have no trolls today. Let me, since Charlotte came in, let me, oh, oh yeah, Chloe wants me to call her, so give me a second, would you? I'm going to mute this so you guys can talk amongst yourself. She's worried the management company is going to put a no trespass order on her when she leaves. Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, can't believe that. Yeah. So apparently she's picking up the toilet paper this time. I'm supposed to pay the milk. All right, that sounds good. Not very money left over. We'll know when I get my bank balance. Mm-hmm. So, anyways, would you excuse me for a moment, people? Converse amongst yourselves. If there's any rude things, let the moderators handle. I gotta use the bathroom. What's up, Grumpy? Hey, Mom. All right, peeps, I'm back. Oh, thanks for the toilet run. Mark. Let's YouTube, Mark. Oh, yes, Mark and Mark. Let's talk, Mark and Mark. Higgs, what's up, man? Come on, Mark. Mark, you can join me on StreamYards. What do you say? Join the old Crabo McCoffee, Mark. Dang, Higgins is gonna make the joke about hemorrhoids again. I bet he always makes the joke about hemorrhoids. All right, here you go, Mark. I'm gonna grab some coffee too while I'm at it. Well, I can always do that in between. So here you go, Marky. Join me, Marky. If you're still around, Mrs. Charlene, you can see that I have people can join me in the chat. Today's topic, Mark, is we're going to talk about Chloe's mental illness again. Mark's great. It'll take him a minute, to click in here, and then he can join me. He was supposed to do it a couple days ago, but he was busy buying cakeys again, I bet. Hi, I'm Mark. I got to get my cakeys. Nope. Both pizzas weren't. Higgins, both pizza boxes weren't. I told you. Basically, I did an analyzation. I had food poisoning. What up, Marky?
Hey, what's going on, Rita?
Yes, you heard my joke about you avoiding me for a few more days. You said you'd be back and said you probably went and got more cakeys. That's why you haven't been around.
Yeah, I've been out and about getting exercise. So
yeah. So what's new? How's it going, man?
pretty good. About yourself?
Oh yeah. Chloe went to get milk and toilet paper. Thank God. She found another roll of TP the food bank gave us from last Wednesday. So she's like, here, toilet paper. So I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah. You need that. You need that.
Yeah, apparently they don't have any Skull Cherry at the tobacco shop, so I had to end up with getting 3 rolls of Grizzly long cut mint. Apparently, the blue mint. I really am not a big fan of mint.
Huh. Yeah, it probably tastes like a lot of mint.
Yeah, well, got some more of this too. Chloe picked up a carton of this. This wasn't bad price. It was like $75 for a carton of Turkish Royal Classics. I like the box, dude. That looks cool, man.
Yeah, that is nice artwork. Yeah.
Well, what about this in the back?
Yeah.
Pyramid in the little city, yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
So I've been busy today with phone calls and stuff,
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a pain in the ass. Chloe's getting worse and worse by the day with her basically being booted,
Right. Yeah. Well, just be careful, Rita.
Yeah. Well, you do know Higgins sent me an email today. Thanks to Higgs. There's this guy, right? He had to actually use his zap powers for once, Mark.
Oh, really? Huh?
He emailed me and it said, "Who is this turkey?" I did not like his comment, so I gave him the boot, laughing my ass off. The guy says, "Hello, my name is Ted." Hello. And then Ted says, "Cops are heading over to your place right now, bitch. I hope they put you in jail. Because you are so rude to Chloe. BC, because you're so rude to Chloe." And then it says, "Ted Batter was hidden by the Higgins." So Higgins actually used his magical powers for once and zapped him.
Why don't Higgs come up on here?
Well, the reason is that Higgins is a chicken. He doesn't want to show himself.
Oh, really? He'll be all right.
Yeah.
So, are you going to be on tomorrow, Rita?
I'm always on. It just depends on what times, I always tell you I'm on all the time, and yet then when you say, "Are you gonna be on?" and then you don't show up, I'm like, "Well, where's Mark, man?" He said, I did like a 5-hour episode, I think yesterday or something. I was like, "Where's Mark?" The day before is like 4 hours. I was like, "Where's Mark?" Because you
Yeah,
always ask and then you don't show up. So it's like, "Oh, Rita, are you gonna be online?" No.
yeah, I've been having
Nah.
trouble with my phone. The battery's been going draining. I've been
What'd
having
you
like
do?
been having scam calls, people like scammers and stuff like that, and it takes the battery juice, the
What you need
battery.
to do is download an app. There's like 2 apps where you can actually go and deblock robocalls. It's pretty convenient.
Yeah, yeah, because I've been having like every day, and it's, it's crazy.
Yeah, I get scam emails all the time too. I just put them in my spam folder, and it's just the way it is.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. I was gonna watch some TV a little later. I was gonna put on Showtime and watch My Cartoon President. I wanted to get through season 1. I think it's pretty damn hilarious.
Oh yeah. Well, so Chloe's being bad, huh?
Oh yeah, Chloe is. I mean, last night she basically the neighbor pounded on the wall. She called the sheriff, and then when the sheriff wasn't going to do anything, she kept calling the in front of the sheriff on the phone. She was saying that the neighbors are beaners and spicks and redneck hilljack Trumplicans, and freedom of speech says she could say that, but then she got off and she was like making threats against them, and then she was making threats against a former government employee, and then a current government employee from Mexico, like wanting to decapitate their heads and put them in boxes and yada 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 and blah blah blah. And then today, I got an email. And then a phone call from someone else saying the government was investigating. And then the government tells me, "Oh, you need to basically make sure that Chloe it gets involuntary committed." She was supposed to do it the last time and got away with it. Well, the guy called me back today and is like, "Oh, making threats against the neighbors. Okay, that's okay. Oh, about that. Oh, that's not really a threat. Oh, that. Oh, she's not gravely disabled because she spent all her money. And he goes on and on and on. He says, "I'll let them know." And I'm like, "Whatever, dude." So it's like the mental health system is completely useless. Oh, guess Mark left. No, I didn't. I got some in a Ziploc bag, Mark Higgins. Unfortunately, the problem I think his battery went dead. His battery went dead though. So, we got not much in comments coming out, so I don't know. Higgins is commenting, Mark disappeared. Heading out for a while. Oh, Mark's or Higgins is leaving. So that just leaves me to leave soon too to go watch some TV. Mm-hmm. So what's gonna happen? I don't know. Makes me sick. So did Mark pop back in? Nope. So I was just checking my channel feeds while waiting. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't know. Prepping, no coffee. Oh yeah, that was a short video last night. I'm hoping to get some TV time in, a little later. TV time. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. So just checking on something. We got 3 viewers, so Black Swan event. Yep. So nothing. One of these days, I got to get back into doing a podcast for preppers for people who want to listen to the podcast in their car. Mm-hmm. So, got to charge the phone up. Chloe gets home, watch some TV, I guess. She wants to get her chores done. Yep. Yeah, I had a feeling you had to charge the phone, Mark. Anyways, yep. So, like I said, the mental health system is basically broken. But since Mark's leaving and the Higgins is leaving, is there anyone else who has anything else to say? Because once Chloe gets back, I'm out. I'm gone. I'm hasta la bye-bye. Mm-hmm. So there's 3 people and no comments. I'm gonna go check on my prepping list today, I guess, while we wait. Boop, 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 boop. Oh yeah, what's the stock market like right now? Because they closed an hour ago. They keep going up. Did it say at 20%? No, it went down 10 points. So it's basically up and down, up and down, up and down. I'm not gonna even look to see what the hell the up and down crap was this time. Okay. Yeah, what a nice day. Minus the stuff. See, I'm just going through this one at a time. So, any comments, anyone? Mm-mm. Well, like I said, when Chloe gets back, I'll get off. Guess I'll have sausages or pot pies for dinner tonight. Higgins is out getting some. What was it he said he was getting? Fish oil? Score some. Wonder why Higgins she drink fish oil. The old days, get your vitamins or whatever, you had to have a cod liver oil, apparently. It was nasty stuff. I hear they're in pills now. Pill forms. So hopefully it gets better today, But still, I have no clue. So apparently, oh, wait, let's just look around and see. So apparently, that DCR guy couldn't say anything about Chloe's therapist. I was like, what the hell? So, oh, here we go. Look at this. This is interesting. Definition of gravely disabled with serious harm means substantial risk person will inflict serious harm on self or others as evidenced by behavior where such harm places other person reasonable fear of sustaining such harm. Gravely disabled means that the person is in danger of serious physical harm based upon failure to provide for their essential human needs or the health or safety. Or manifest severe deterioration of routine functioning and is not receiving care that is essential for health or safety. What is Joule's law? Okay, so gravely disabled. Likelihood of serious harm, however, those changes only go into effect upon certain triggers, which are likely to be met in the near future, with one exception under the minor's definition. Important legal triggers will be raised on concern expanding corresponding funding for additional capacity would add tremendous pressure to a crisis behavioral health system. Gravely disabled will be defined to include a person who manifests severe deterioration from safe behavior instead of routine functioning. Yeah, so basically, safe behavior is like going to the grocery store and buying groceries, and yet going will be defined to means a person will, if not treated, suffer, continue to suffer severe or abnormal mental, emotional, and physical distress associated with severe impairment, judgment, reasoning, or behavior. And typically, this division of capture Ricky's law patient doesn't when definition changes go into effect. We'll have the same new definition. Severe deterioration. We'll have the same new definition. Likely, we'll have the same. This is interesting. Is defined to mean that 5 years prior to filing petition there could be any stuff. Uh-oh. He said Chloe. Wow. I hear that? So something's wrong. Let's close this. Let's end this up. Wow. So Chloe had a premonition about that. Yeah. Wow. Right. Long-term alcohol, drug treatment, violent act means to be homicidal, tendency, injure, substantial damage property. Change every reference, mental disorders, behavioral health disorder, hearing. Yeah. So, guys, I don't know what's going on, but I checked the wind. windy out, then I won't turn on the other scanner yet. Kind of heart's pounding right now. Small craft advisory. So let's check the hourly report. Winds died down to a point. I'll leave the scanner off. Yep. It's going to be interesting. Probably I'll get yelled at on live YouTube if she does come back. That'll be necessary. But if she's getting detained, they'll tell her. Problem is, what about she'll tell them about the milk and the toilet paper, hopefully. Detaining my milk and toilet paper is going to be really interesting. And taking my phone, too. See, I told them. Remember I told you guys the joke about the toilet paper and the milk? And the phone. Should I call Chloe? Well, I swore I heard them say off the Tucker. Should I get some coffee now? Maybe I should. Hey, Bob. How you doing? Weird. What do you guys think? Interesting. Here he goes.
I'll be clear on this call. Would you put me back on call 2643, please?
Okay. Thank God they, whatever she said, she got, yeah. Maybe she's, yeah. You can hear the diesel engine behind. He said he's cleared, so that means he's done. Remember, I told you guys the law enforcement wouldn't do anything anyways. See, I told Chloe not to even worry about it. I will call because I thought I heard him say Chloe. Find out what the hell is going on. Give me 1 second. Hey, Mom. should we just wait and see what happens? Be interesting to know. Well, let's leave it in. Yeah, I mean, ugh. Ugh. You guys can see I'm just sitting here patient. Hey, milk's coming and toilet paper's coming. What's up, doo-doo? Little doo-doo? Here, guys, look at this. Hey, what's up? My name's Moppy. Yeah. There's a bag of treats under the Christmas tree. I'd like a bag of treats. Yeah. Hi, how are you today? Yeah. What happened? I heard someone on the scanner said Chloe. Yeah, apparently they said put me through to something. I think that was a DCR. They're talking to 2643. I think it was. The guy said call is cleared call. So unless he's putting on a show, she should be coming in soon. She'll need another smoke, I think, when she gets in. Let's call Chloe real quick. 142. Okay, so I want to call just because, as you guys know, find out if that was her that picked up for whatever stupid reason. Whatever she said, Or if she doesn't pick up, hey, it's me. Yes, I know. That's why I called you. It was on the squawk box. I was worried about you. What do they want? To who? Yeah, and what'd you tell them? Yeah. Yeah, well, they said the call was clear, so is that all they asked you, or did they ask you anything more? All right. Well, I'll wait till you get back then. Just curious. They said Chloe on the scanner. They didn't say your legal name, so I was like, oh, this is interesting. So I turned it up. Then he said call cleared, so he's calling someone else. I think he was reporting back to the DCR. Okay, when? All right. Well, how far are you to home? Because I know he said you were up something Tucker. You might want to. All right. I'll see you when you get in. Toodles. So apparently, this is the story. Okay. So Chloe, they asked Chloe if she was a threat towards the neighbors. She said no, and they left her alone. But Chloe was very angry about it on the phone. They're like, the sheriff shot me, and well, that's because the DCR is mandated reporter, but it just got very interesting. See, this is what happens when you basically, you tell the entire story. I've been accurate with you guys too. Never wavered. And yet they say, oh, she's not going to do anything really. Last night they had her on she was calling the neighbors beaners and spicks. And today, oh God, I don't know. Maybe I'm going to go tune into some TV soon. What do you guys think? Get the milk. And I'll see where my dip level is and just watch TV the rest of the day. I mean, I can't believe this. Chloe's like, I'm going to leave early. Well, I still got some, so I don't need to worry about it. Damn. She basically turns around and makes threats against the neighbors and a former government employee, and they let her walk, And yet, she's got no trespass order against her for life, which Hayes Higgins said. Oh, Higgins did make the joke about pizza. Yeah, I've had the runs. Yep. And so today's plan is I gotta go over the planners with Chloe soon. Again. She wants to leave early. She's like, I'm gonna leave Monday, okay? Better get everything in order by Monday then. She's really afraid. Yeah. Hold on. There. Yeah, so she said to me, the sheriff, and I said, I know, that's why I called, and she's like, really? I'm like, yeah, it's on this. She's like, oh, yeah, you got a scanner. Why do you think I keep a scanner? Okay, so some of you guys think, well, what is the definition or a prepper's definition or motivation for a scanner? Well, there's two reasons, okay? My husband got me one when I was in 2007, my handheld, and I love my handheld. I can put batteries in and take it anywhere I want to go. It's a triple trunking scanner, okay? Problem is I have a scanner for two reasons, all right? Chloe always asks me, well, what's the reason for the scanner? The scanner, for one, is I enjoy listening to what's going on around the community. Like Quincy and Moses Lake, stuff till they went digital. Oh, thank you so much. God bless you. And then Chloe asked me once, have a seat for a minute, Chloe, relax. And Chloe said to me once, why do you have a scanner running? Well, there's a reason for it. I finally got tired of the neighbor going, oh, did you hear the police are? Now I have a scanner. And she's like, what's the scanner thing? Well, one day Chloe asked me specifically, now that I have some other scanners, she said to me, thank you so much, God bless you, Chloe. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Oh. Did he say Compass Health?
Contact something.
She said contact Compass Health.
They're gonna commit me, aren't they?
That's 202. That's frickin' Orchid. That's where frickin' the dumbass called from. Anyways, yeah, don't worry. If you basically told the truth, okay, Chloe.
What dumbass?
Oh, let me ask you this: how violently mad or angry were you when they stopped you?
I was just agitated because I was.
Okay, then that shouldn't bother anyone. All right, they're not going to do anything. Okay?
And you called from Orcus.
Who do you think? The one you called Paul Bino. He is the Orcus one.
So he might have called.
He did, or that one lady did from Woodby Island. But anyway, look at it. Let's just get to the bottom, okay? I just want to make clear. Everyone here is clear what's going on, okay?
I should get prepped in case they commit me tonight.
They're not going to commit you, Chloe. Look, he said call is clear. He was asking to be put back on with 62. What was it? 6243 or something? What is 6243? Is that the DCR or is that the federal agents? Any way to look at it, did they ask you about the... Yeah, so there you go. Never mind about that, guys. So basically, here's the plan. Okay, Chloe wants to leave early. She can't. She knows this. She's just got to get this place in orderly, which means no gaming and just get it all done. She left this. She came into this place clean. She came into my home clean, and Moses Lake, she leaves this place clean. No ifs, ands, or buts. Now, comes to Chloe's paranoia. She has a right to be upset. But thing is, as Chloe asked once before, why do you have a scanner? What do you think? This tells me exactly what's going on. Someone's looking to be 5150, but we know about it beforehand. So if Chloe's going to be 5150, she could probably slip out the back, work her way down the island and onto the ferry. See, he's going to Roche Harbor now. See? Apparently there's a derelict boat. Yeah, but my point is if Chloe was agitated and said, no, I wasn't going to hurt the neighbors, then they could turn around and basically do something called. But he said call is clear. Now, 107, that guy who just basically said he's going to Roche, that means they're not going to touch Chloe, okay? Chloe got herself out of this again, Okay, that's it. They you know. The thing is the problem is they don't want to deal with her. Now, her therapist is supposed to be, by the way, you might have a phone number for your therapist. You might want to try to call her, by the way, just to check in with her if you can. I don't know what number she sent, though. Oh, yeah, there it is. Look at that. Mm-hmm. I think there's a voicemail I saved for her somewhere. Oh, yeah, here it is. So her number is ... You can call me at ... or ... So if you wish, you might want to touch base with her. I would tactically as a tactician, because the next thing is they're working with the DCR, or they're going to the DCR is going to leave her alone, which is more likely a 90% chance, 95%. And her therapist already knows what's coming down the pipe, so her therapist is like, eh. So to me, I think, truthfully, and Chloe likes to hear my opinions anyways, since I'm still alive, I'll tell you exactly what I think. I got to charge the phone up anyway soon. I can also mute that if Chloe gets a hold of it. So let me mute the microphone for a second. So Chloe's back, as you know. So let me just talk to Chloe. You guys can see how cool a kid I am, because a lot of you basically been saying you're sending the sheriff after me. Haha, very funny. So basically, I want you to go over your side of things, okay? So we're carrying the milk and the toilet paper home. Yeah, give us your side.
They stopped ahead, and then they're like asking me what's going on and stuff like that, and they're talking.
Well,
about
give us
like,
the entire story. People need to know so I can analyze it. What they said.
Yeah, so what were you? What did you say last night? Or are you intending to do what you said you're going to do last night with the neighbors? I said I don't have any intention of doing it. I'm just gone out to the store to get toilet paper because we need toilet paper. And I said I was like, and just stopping me in public like this is considered harassment.
And well,
they're like, well, we just needed to make sure you're not going to carry out those threats. And I told him, was like, and this is why I'm leaving next week, the island, and where I go, it's my business only.
And he said, or she said,
I was like, I'm going to inpatient care off island, and it's my business where I go, my business only.
And the sheriff's opinion or wording.
Like, well, okay, it's your business then. We just wanted to check up on this.
Yeah, they have to by law. But still, you got to remember there's another problem with the guy you dislike and call it Beaner. In your opinion, yeah, I think he's a nice guy. And that is, for some of you people out there tuning in today, the guy that she calls Paul Beaner, all right, in her opinion, Chloe's racist, but she has a right to be racist due to the fact that it's her first rights amendment. Even Got even the DCR I talked to this morning said it's a for rights. Hey Cynthia, how you
Look
doing?
what Francis did to me.
Yes.
Pointed a gun at my head. I'm still traumatized over that.
Well, can I just finish? So for some of you guys that's tuned in, I got 7 people, by the way. The truth is that Paul, the DCR, is a designated crisis responder. He and another 2 people have to formulate to involuntary commit Chloe. Fortunately, before Chloe goes into panic mode, Chloe should realize there's 2 problems with Mr. Paul and Mrs. Jessica and Mrs. Valerie. And that is, and Chloe always hates this wording because she always basically yells at me for it, is, what's the one thing they have to do? Remember when you go to your therapist appointments and she said everything's confidential except 3 rules? That means Chloe, quote unquote, was served by the sheriff because, how are you doing, Cynthia? Because they're what they call a mandated reporter. So Chloe goes and says, oh, I'm going to destroy the towers in 1993. She would have been 5 years old. And, the Twin Towers, they would have mandated it and reported it. But you see where I'm going with it. So as a mandated reporter, they have to report it. Police are mandated to a point too. Yeah, well, let me just put it this way, Cynthia. Apparently, since you just tuned in, I'll tell you the story short and simple. So last night, the neighbor pounded on the wall. Chloe got mad, grabbed the phone, called the sheriff. Sheriff said, oh, your TV's loud. Chloe said, look, my roommate's deaf. What am I supposed to do? Turn it down? The Roku doesn't have a closed captioning thing where I can read stuff on the screen. Boring anyways, but, point is it doesn't allow it. So what happened? Chloe gets off the phone, but before she does, she's on the phone to the sheriff, calling them beaners and spits. That's a trigger right there for they need to investigate. Well, anyways, so Chloe goes and gets off the phone and starts making threats against the neighbors and the management and this and all this. So what happens? Well, between neighbors and others, they reported it saying, oh, Class F felony for this, done that, this, and that. So when I got a hold of DCR, because the tactician I play, Cynthia, is this, okay? And Chloe should know I'm smarter than Chloe, okay? So what did I do? I told Chloe to her face, Cynthia, don't worry about it. When was the last time the mental health system actually did their job? Think about it. Think of it. I sat her down this morning. She was yelling and screaming at me. I said, look, when was the last time they did something, huh? Well, let's look. Let's ask Chloe personally because this is her story. So, Chloe, when was it? And Chloe was going to listen carefully before she answers. Moses Lake, Ephrata, Quincy, Wenatchee, Grant County, Chelan, Douglas, King County. Any county. How many times have they literally detained you? How many times did they mentally do their job? I mean, if you were really, you have filled out the gravely disabled.
They didn't do anything much.
Did they do anything except, which is the old cash cow symbol?
They should file a lawsuit on the mental health system.
Cynthia said something. So I want to see what Cynthia says. Give me a second, Cynthia. So the mental health system turns around and where do you say he's me? That was here on this island. Did he say where he was going? Yeah, I'm going to turn the volume up again. Yeah, well, headsets, maybe. But you know how much it would cost to get a special receiver to receive the headset? You see, my TV doesn't have any audio video jacks in the back to hook to the stereo tuner and then have the wireless headphones. The manager would know that that's an undue burden of at least $600 to $900, so she's not allowing it. Unfortunately, Miss Cynthia, if you didn't hear the whole story the other day, I'll have to reiterate that one too. So the other day, Chloe basically goes to the vet. She goes to the manager and says, I hear you're not researching it. Manager said, yes, I'm not researching it. So what happened? Chloe flipped her lid, told the manager to fuck off. Now the manager is giving Chloe several months to get in everything in order. Suitcase, ticket, phone. As Chloe said, well, most of her money's gone. So, they think Chloe's is gravely disabled, which I already read the definition of gravely disabled. Which means not doing things normally, like losing your noodle over, brain over, pounding on the wall or whatever. So, that's the thing, it's very expensive. And the manager already gave me reasonable accommodation. So right now is not the time for reasonable accommodation.
This one paw has red on it. Moppy, come here.
Red? Is he
Moppy,
bleeding?
come here. Moppy, can you come here, please?
No, great. Come here, Mop.
Great. Get him. I need to see him. Here, let me see it. Bring him over here.
Doesn't look like his paws are bleeding. No, I said we were inspecting him. Is he bleeding anywhere?
I just thought I saw red here on this one paw.
He's looking at me like, Mama, help me. Help me, Mama, help me. Well, the point is, Cynthia, is, Chloe was in thing. But if she showed very agitation or annoyance or anger towards the sheriff, that could be minorly a problem. I say about 2% problem. 2%. But since he's going off the Rose Harbor, that would mean, I don't know what it means. So is he bleeding? Nope.
He's not bleeding.
No bleed, so he's good. So a 6, oh, what is it? Huh? What is it? Huh? You want to say hi to people? Look at him. Let's look at your ears. You kept me up half the night, Moppy. Your ear looks a lot cleaner. Your mama's been cleaning it again?
Yes.
Kind of stinks. What about your other ear? How's your other ear, huh?
His other ear's been fine.
So your ear's been bothering you again? Oh, yeah. This is my dog, Moppy. He's a service dog. See? Hello, everyone. Anyway, so the thing is they got to basically... They have to... Let me put it to you this way before I go use the toilet. Maybe Chloe can talk from her chair without... So anyways, let me break it down for you, okay? So Chloe tells the manager to F off. And then things happen and she gets a no trespass order for life from one tenant. Sorry, dude. You pooped on my floor last night. Left me 8 logs. You don't get a treat today.
I already understand what's going to happen while I leave for a hospital.
Look, they're not going to... Look, you have fears of something that may or may not happen. Let me tell you this, okay?
It may happen. That's what I'm preparing.
It's not going to happen. I guarantee it. Let me tell you what she's worried about. She's worried about another Nanka trespass order. Fortunately, it won't happen because Chloe will be getting help. And they can't deny or discriminate against someone who's getting help. Fortunately, the problem is that Chloe's paranoid right now. Problem is she has a right to be. But mentally, I did. Everyone around us that did our jobs. Okay. In service? He's the one I was talking to you a little bit ago. I'm gonna turn that up. I gotta use the restroom, but anyways, the point is, thank you, toilet paper. Oh, here we go. Whoa. So that's Orcas Island, right? He said everything's clear right now, code 4, which means all clear. And then he says, I'm getting an operational, I gotta Google this real quick, an operational warrant, whatever an operational warrant is. Operation warrant. Yeah. Our operation warrant? Here we go. Arrest without warrant. Okay. And that's 203, so it wouldn't be this area. Believe the person is committed or committing a misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor, involve physical harm or threats of harm to any person or property, or the unlawful taking of property, or involving the use of the possession of cannabis, or involving the acquisition, possession, or consumption of alcohol by a person of under 21. Okay, so we take and break this down. Committing a misdemeanor. Okay, misdemeanor. Physical harm, she didn't do, or threats of harm. She already admitted she. Did you admit that you made those threats?
Yes, because I was angry at the moment.
Did you tell him you were angry at the moment?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I didn't have any intentions on doing it.
All right. So it says foreign protection order. Person 18 years old or the preceding 4 hours has assaulted or a family member. Bodily harm or injury. Hold on. Result in bodily harm, whether the injury is observable by the respondent officer or not. 3, any physical action has occurred which intended to cause another person reasonable to fear imminent serious bodily injury, death, bodily injuring each other. The officer is not required to arrest both persons. The officer shall arrest the person whom the officer believes to be primary physical aggressor. In making the determination, the officer shall make every reasonable effort to consider A, the intent to protect the victims of domestic violence, comparative event to injuries inflicted, and threats creating fear of physical injury, and C, the history of domestic violence, each person involved. Any police officer had probable cause that believes the person committed is committing a violation of any following traffic law shall authority to yada 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 yada. Okay, law enforcement investigating scene of motor vehicle, law enforcement investigating a motor vehicle, law enforcement probable cause believe person has committed any act exceeding exposure is discerned. Police officer may arrest, take into custody pending release or bail, yada yada yada. Police officer has probable cause believe the person has in 24 hours of alleged violation. Within 24 hours has the alleged violation committed a violation or may arrest such person, police officer, and probable cause believe the person is illegally possessed with a firearm or dangerous weapons. And secondary school permanent subsection law enforcement officer, probable cause believe the person has committed a violation under may issue citation. Law enforcement officer and probable cause to believe that person has committed a criminal violation, except for no police officer may be held criminally, civilly liable for making arrest pursuant to subsection blah blah blah. So basically, I wouldn't worry about it too much. What do you guys think? Cynthia, feel free to comment. I'm gonna go use the restroom for a minute. So the scanner is up there and loud. I will turn the volume on too again, so we can listen. I would listen carefully for the next half hour. So 107 is on this time.
I think tonight I might be detained.
Detained. I don't think so. Do you?
It's a possibility.
Well, I don't know about you, Chloe. I'm gonna go crack.
They're probably getting a bed ready for me at peace.
I'll take my other scans from my office into the bathroom while I'm in here, okay? How's that sound?
Okay.
Just listen carefully. You all, I'll be right back. Close the door. Take a crack. I'll be monitoring too, so don't worry. Anything?
Not really.
Hear anything when I'm gone, John? Or as they call it in England, everyone, since I'm Abraham Lincoln, they called it the water closet. And then I was in England once and in Australia. And then they said to me, "Excuse me, Mr. President, do you think..." Boy, this is one that was out of Jefferson County, is what you were hearing a minute ago.
Okay.
That's crossing the Olympic Peninsula. So then I said, "What did I notice?" And they said, was George Washington's portrait perfectly suited in the water closet? And I said yes. Because anytime people take a look at George Washington, it'll make them shit real quickly. So, okay, so let's just go over the things with Chloe for a second. So, sometimes those ham frequencies are kind of, the fairy uses ham frequencies. Anyways, I want to talk to Chloe while you guys are with me today. I want to ask Chloe a question. Chloe, we know, and I'm going to say this with a heavy, loving heart, we know you can't control your temper. So, I want to ask you your opinion. What are you worried about? I'm not worried about anything.
When I go, what's going to stop the manager from filing an order anyways?
Because you didn't make any threats against the manager. And you'd have to come back to the island and show up in court. You see? So you got a guy you're worried about in Orcas Island, 202, I think it is, or 201, who contacted the mental health system, and yet you're afraid of what? They're going to knock on the door in 2 hours and 30 minutes and say, here, we're taking you? For what? What is the crime that they can detain you for? Yeah, but you admitted to him that you said it out of anger.
Did say it out of anger.
As long as you said it in a
The
tone
manager may put an order on me when I'm at hospital so I don't come back.
The manager won't. The manager can't. That's the thing. The manager
Well,
won't.
here's the thing, since I'm off the lease, I could actually have them place me somewhere.
You actually aren't off the lease, remember? You only did you didn't sign your name fully, so you're not. So, let's talk for a minute, people. So, basically, what do you got to worry about, truly?
I'm not sure.
I mean, look, you've been dealing with mental health problems for 6 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have they invoked anything in the last 6 years?
Well, those neighbors next door are going to stop.
Yeah, but what did the neighbors do, huh? Have they heard it? No. This came from a DCR directly. Unless they go and tell the neighbors directly because they have to knock. Which, by the way, you would think Trish...
She said the neighbors next door heard what I said, so they reported it.
Yeah, but they reported the bigger of the threats, which we won't go into. But because of all this crap, the DCR, remember, we have to follow the government rules in the state of Washington. They say 3 criteria. Chloe knows criteria 1. A danger to yourself or a danger to others. Okay, so let's ask Chloe. A live video here. Are you a danger to yourself? Are you a danger to others? Okay. Even though they think she's a danger to others because she basically admitted she, 2. Destruction of property. Have you destroyed any property lately? And 3. I was reading this before Chloe came back. Gravely disabled. Well, when I talked to the DCR about the word gravely disabled, he said, and I quote, Chloe's got a roof over her head, and unless she runs out of food, which we know she steals your food, Rita, she's not going to be gravely disabled. She'll just steal everyone else's food and money. That was his opinion, his answer. So she's not gravely disabled, even though he looked in the notes and said, I can't confirm or deny what Chloe's therapist, we'll just call her therapist, will do. But when I asked him, is there any options? He said, yeah, we can take her to Peace Hospital and have her committed at her signing, or they can involuntary if they want to open a case up. But he said if they wanted to open a case up, he wasn't really too happy about it because to her, then he said what happened in Arizona. They don't want to take her because she's got mental illness. So he's like, well, it says here she could have got long-term mental health in a mental house at the state. She doesn't want to go there because it's $75. So again, he said, well, she's literally can make her own decisions that way, so she's not gravely disabled. So basically, he's like, everyone's been informed. There's nothing we can do, but the DCR is in Woodby Island. So the DCR is on Woodby Island. This Compass guy is in Orcas Island. And so unless they got to go all the way to this DCR guy to commit her, he said, did you feel threatened last night? Yeah, I did. Chloe basically would not shut up about what she wanted to do to the neighbors. Or, no offense, a foreign diplomat, which she was talking about, as Chris would say, Vlad the Impaler. I would have basically said, cool. But I think she supports and loves Russia. No offense to anyone. But, it said she had to basically be racist towards another foreign diplomat. And because of it, all they want to do is sit there and be like, oh, So the real Cynthia says, never talk to the police. Well, Chloe, you could have turned around and did like the real audits. Unless I'm being detained, I don't have to talk to you. Plain and simple. That's the law, Chloe.
Oh, we'll keep that in mind now.
Isn't that right, Cynthia? Police officer stops you. You say, unless you're detaining me, I don't have to talk to you. And you continue. And if then they say you're under detainment, then you don't say anything. You say, I want a lawyer. And that's it. But instead, Chloe goes and says, yes, I said everything out of anger. In an aggravated, feeling aggravated or agitated manner. Now she's kind of concerned. You know what? Let me put it to you this way. That's the other thing. Let me put it to you this way. If you ever get detained, Chloe, by the police or Mr. Paul or his cohorts, you don't answer any questions. You say, am I under arrest or being detained? They say yes. And you don't say a peep. You just sit there and stay quiet. I didn't talk to the police, that's the thing. I don't talk to police. I had to talk to a guy that acts like a mental health policeman, but like I said, the state of Washington's got so many rules, they literally think, So, anywho.
I'm gonna wait for you to get done your video.
Then what's the plan? So I want to hear that from you. You want me to go over the planners again with you?
And start some cleaning.
Well, you want me to go over the planners too again with you while you're doing dishes?
Yeah, you can do that. Let's take your time in our video.
Well, I'm already at 4 hours, 16 minutes. The only reason why we're still here, people, is I know Chloe can get all the dishes done in 3 to 4 hours. My thing is,
I'll start the dishes around 4.
can I just say my story, people? My point is between now and 5:30 is when I'm curious what's going to happen. Because they said they needed to get some type of warrant. But they didn't say what they were doing. But this was on Orcas. So anything Orcas does is Orcas. I don't think they would. See, here's how I see it, okay? You got a guy. Chloe's paranoid. Oh, they're going to detain me, right? And then, problem is with the detainment is they can't go to a DCR who's in Woodby Island. They can't go to a DCR in Orcas Island. They can't go to a DCR in Friday Harbor. So they can't just go and say, oh, this lady put in the request for this guy. They go and pick up that guy's report. That guy could just fax it over to the main headquarters over here in the island and take care of it. But instead, they were like, oh, so I don't think Chloe should even worry about what's going to happen. What do you guys think? Cynthia, what do you think? What do you make of it? I mean, so she basically said something. State of Washington law says threats, they say threats can be, someone can be detained if it's been made within a 4-hour window. But in the state of Washington, the things I read to you earlier stated that you need 24 hours. So it just doesn't make sense. So it's 24 hours. But at the same time, you got to ask yourself, what are they trying to, all right, so when I was reading this, right, I think this is the thing I was reading, right, said something about gravely disabled. Okay. Gravely disabled. Remember, I was telling this to you guys earlier with Chloe's out, so let me reiterate it for Chloe so she understands. Will be defined to include a person who manifests severe deterioration from safe behavior. Okay, so going to the grocery store, getting milk and toilet paper, safe behavior. Last night, snapping at every little thing, not safe behavior. So they got to make sure that, here's the problem. Okay, Chloe can read between the lines too. They're going to sit there and say, look, Chloe, you got a trigger temper. Rita can say one wrong word, you're at her throat. That's not normal behavior. That's gravely disabled. But he doesn't want to use the gravely disabled. It says here, gravely disabled, likely of serious harm. Likely. However, these changes only go in effect of triggers, which are unlikely to be met near the future, except in blah, 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 right? Triggers. And it says, gravely disabled, a person manifests severe deterioration. Safe deterioration from safe behavior will be defined. This is the new definition. Will be defined, a person will, if not treated, suffer or continue to suffer severe or abnormal mental, emotional, or physical distress. She's doing that every day. It's getting worse and worse. With significant impairment of judgment, reason, or behavior. So think about it. They got her on video recording calling the neighbors beaners and spicks. That is something that is highly unlikely, but, those involuntary detained for substance use disorder is Ricky's law. And if and when definition change goes into effect, and it says seriously harm will be admitted to mean additional to substantial risk of physical harm property. Yeah, the only thing she admitted to is making threat, substantial risk of physical harm to another person, evidenced by behavior which has caused harm, substantial pain, or which places another person or persons in reasonable fear to harm themselves or others. Underlying language is new. Likely or serious harm may also mean the person has threatened or physically safety of another, Chloe did, or has a history of one or more violent acts. So then they talk about minors, but since this is an adult, it's a different story. Let's see. So this is just the parts where they talk about the ITA. So what does that tell you there? Freedom, I wouldn't worry. Freedom of speech, yes, exactly. But in the state of Washington's definition of freedom of speech is not to make idle threats, okay? Now, think about it. The neighbors apparently reported it to the manager. The manager told me in an email that, quote, unquote, that one freedom of speech that was used was for a former government employee. Chloe was going to cut their heads off and send it to the neighbor. Chloe admitted this. Fortunately, that doesn't come into play to a freedom of speech problem. That comes into a possible Class F felony, which, as you can see, Chloe's paranoid about that. But thing is it's happened once before in 2018. But my point is, Cynthia, is freedom of speech allows her to do much. But when it comes to making direct threats against people, she literally, think about it. She literally admitted that. And then, they said, oh, code clear contact. What is it? 6247. Well, what's 6247? What is 6247? Is that a phone number? So, point being is, if you look at the big picture here, what do you think's going to happen to all you watching? Cynthia, please chime in. Do you think they're going to detain her for an involuntary treatment or a 5150? I don't think so. They would have done it by now. And it's 3 o'clock. Thing is the guy turned around, Mr. Paul, who I will say is a chicken, because I told him, right? He said, oh, Chloe makes any more threats, report it. Then he said, oh, wait, Chloe won't let you have your phone to report it, so you report it the next day. Then he says, Chloe threatens your life if you try reporting it. Threatening Antifa. I mean, literally. Oh, did they bring up the Antifa thing? He heard rumors about that. No? See how chicken the cops are? Oh, yeah, exactly, Cynthia. The cops are lazy and the mental health thing's lazy. I mean, that's the thing. The point is they're all freaking lazy. So unless they come, I mean, literally. You see, here's what I tactically did, okay? So, point is here's what happened, okay? I'm going to basically break it down for you. I'm going to get your opinion too, Cynthia. So, basically, I knew I had to report this anyways because the manager demanded it. So, I did my duty. Called up the crisis team, said Chloe's having a crisis. Lady said, oh, Chloe again. Lady called DCR calls, I tell her. Lady says, oh, okay, I'll just take care of this to Mr. Paul and Mrs. K. Mrs. K is Chloe's therapist. Let's just say T for therapist. So what happened? Then she turns around and on the phone says, okay, I got enough. I'll let him know. He calls me and he's trying to get me off the phone. Oh, well, you're not threatening now. It's not this, not this, not this. So I tell him, and then he said, oh, so she made threats against the neighbor because he heard the same thing. I said, well, if you guys heard the same damn story, why don't you recalibrate it? Yes, she made threats against the neighbors. Yes, she made threats against former government official. And then he just tries to, well, I'll let her know, and we'll go from there. And I said, what about a therapist? She said she contacted them. Well, I can't tell you anything about it. It's confidential. I was in 2 of the appointments, 1 video and 1 in person. Oh, well, then she's well aware, Chloe, and there's nothing we can do about it. I got to go. So, again, he says, not a threat to herself or others, fine. That's cool. I knew this was coming. You report it. So if the government officials come in, right, Cynthia, the big government official, let's just say the men in black, come in and they ask the mental system, right, why didn't you detain her because of this? They'll be like, well, she can't carry it out, so what's the point? So then the men in black can go after the mental health system, saying no wonder why the mental health system's broken. You guys aren't doing jack shit. You're not taking anything seriously. You're milking them for a cash cow, knowing they're going to be homeless in a few days, and all you're doing is basically, so that's it, plain and simple. They're damn lazy. And then, so then they go and they get angry because of the that she wasn't involved. So Chloe, of course, is like, oh, they're going to involve me. Really? They would have done it by now. However, it took them like 3 hours to get, what was his name again? Just his first name. We can't do his last name.
I'm not sure who he was.
The guy that was under the table at the brewery going.
Oh, David.
Yeah, David. Yeah, David V. He was involuntary committed 3 times if there was no damn bed for it. Tells you right there what you need to know, peeps. So, 2 emails that came in, nothing good. So it's another day without the manager emailing me. Yeah, go figure.
I'm going back there so I have to go to that work.
Okay.
So just video until 5:30, then I'll do dishes.
No, yeah, that'd be fine. Then you can start doing that while dinner. House will be clean tonight. I'll watch my TV show all night.
I will clean until there's a pound on the wall, then I'll have to stop. Matter of fact, I think for now on, if I'm ever do come back, I might organize a room, put a TV back there, and watch TV back there so we don't have any pounding.
Well, you do know I was told when you leave to put my TV in that room. I said, yeah, with what? I got to go and clean up everything. Thing is, they want me to turn Chloe's bedroom into a freaking living room. Doesn't work that way, dude. The Wi-Fi doesn't work that far.
Yeah,
She's like, oh, you're going to do Wi-Fi. It should
and
work
same
fine.
people want that, don't want me coming back either.
Yeah, well, problem is it's already been referred to the higher ups. The question is, what's going to happen? I mean, the manager's got 2 things. I mean, look, she's playing a game of tactics. I'm playing a game of tactics. One of us will win.
It's not
One of
like
us
she
will
gave
lose.
those tenants the warnings, or she never really did.
Well, apparently, from what I understand from my neighbor, she's given 3 warnings, yes. And they admitted to it. They're like, oh, yeah, we're pounding. Because they're noisy. We have a kid, and it's like 10, right? But the guy upstairs complains, and the manager says, oh, don't worry. She's going to be gone in 10 days, 12 days, 15 days, whatever, so just deal with it. They think once Chloe's gone, her loud tuba voice is going to be gone.
If I ever did come back, then they would be upset like, gosh, I thought you said they're going to be gone. I'm going to sue you.
Why don't you go to your room if you wish? Do what you wish.
Thing is,
Did you need a
smoky
after all this?
I don't intend to come back out after a hospital. That's the thing. I'm going to have them place me in a halfway house. That's where I belong. If they can't find a halfway house, at least a shelter. You said they have mentally ill halfway houses?
That's what you said. Yeah.
What about, yeah?
It's just, I said, yeah. You tell
Let me guess, halfway house is there for you $75.
Yep, you figured that one out before I even answered it. That's their thing. He even brought that up to me today. When you look at the welfare Anyway, go up close. Maybe pop your head up on top for a while and smoke thing. That's fine. Just take a rest now. We're supposed to first. Okay, Cynthia. Sorry, I'm back. Anyways, where were we? No, they won't do it. Yeah, we know this, but the thing is I told her, that I'll just hang out here until 4:30, whatever, but Higgins ain't back yet either. But the thing is, they won't do anything. I mean, we've already read the laws, okay? I don't think, Cynthia, they're going to do anything. I mean, think about it. They would have done it by now, okay? Yeah. Mint. Minty. Ha ha ha. Yeah, well, like I said, manager's not going to give me something that's too expensive. My problem is my hearing aids are missing. That's the other thing. Chloe hid my hearing aids. The manager blames Chloe. Chloe's angry because, they're going to give me new glasses soon, yet they're waiting for Chloe to leave. Fortunately, Chloe went to get a smoke. Fortunately, Chloe's not worried that I'm going to be axed out of here too, like Kane said, but, we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't think I'm going to be kicked out. Thing is, the manager knows Chloe's getting to be violent. And the manager's chalking it up to Chloe's got 12 days with nowhere to go. And, that DCR guy, he turned around and said, oh, well, it's not a crime if you spend all your money. She may need a payee, but it's not a crime. So the problem is this, Cynthia, right? I've been told time and time again, report these things when it happens. I don't have access to my phone. Chloe's got my phone still. She took it with her. So guy calls me up. Then the lady calls me and says she'll get in touch with these people. These people tried calling. Nothing happened. And then, you got a therapist who knows Chloe's going to be out in 12 days. Oh, well, we'll see you tomorrow. Really? So we got to wait 24 hours. Okay, hypothetically, which is fine. Let them be lazy. But I report it, right? Knowing tactically good and well they won't touch Chloe. I mean, literally, the federal men in black won't touch her either. They won't. So you got the men in black that won't touch her. You got the DCR that won't touch her. And the sheriff says, ooh, okay. But Chloe, as you heard her, they said something differently, you see. The thing is Chloe was kind of combative. So we don't know what the officer that stopped her, what Chloe said to her. They don't carry cameras anyway, so we don't know if Chloe basically said, yes, I did. I did it out of anger. Or if she was cool and said, yes, I did it out of anger. Of course, when Chloe got stopped, Chloe got combative. That's the thing. They're looking at mental deterioration. Unfortunately, as you know, they won't do anything because, well, as I said, they would have done something by now. Literally. And with my phone, where is my phone? I gotta plug it in. Oh, it's here. Okay, so basically, my phone's charging. So, Chloe basically was kind of, she's worried. But she shouldn't worry because you know what? How many times in 6 years have they illegally detained her? None. They tried to illegally detain me once. Knowing what I know, I just walked out the front door and told them all to fuck off. Walked home in a hospital gown with my underwear showing and my socks. And I walked with socks, got home, climbed in the bed, woke up the next morning with a hangover, took a shower, and went out to have breakfast. Then I told my friend Patty this, and she says, Amen. When you basically stand up to the Democratic greedy bastards that want to commit you just because you had a little too much to drink. And yet that was close it went. At 3:20, nothing. So then, you know, so then with the scanner up, there's nothing. They know I listen in. I mean, literally, I waited till after Chloe was done, and he said, call cleared for calling. They know I monitor. Thing is, what are they saying? Oh, yeah, Rita was monitoring. Really? Mm-hmm. That's funny. Chloe's like, oh, the sheriff was, yeah. Then she tells us her side of the story. There's always two sides of the story. Chloe's side is she's admitted it. So, what you got to do is check the court records. They usually show up as soon as they try to involve someone, so I can just run it through real quick. Nope, nothing. See? So Chloe's. Really?
Yeah.
Where?
Elizabeth Gregory home and Stepping Stones.
Oh, okay. You scared me for a second. I was wondering what was going on. Thought someone stuck a notice on the door, but I don't think the manager would with Chloe on her way out. You know, don't you think the manager wouldn't do that, Cynthia? I mean, literally, she already admitted to this stuff, but question is, what do we do? Mm-hmm. All right, of course, I'll be here for a little longer anyways to talk to you guys. I just can't believe, you know, the thing I can't believe the most, right? All right, talking about this whole ordeal today, right? Is the mental health system is freaking broken. Ugh. Anyways, so, you know, one of my moderators, Cactus, messaged me. She's saying that the mental health system is broken everywhere. You know? I personally agree completely with that statement, you know. I mean, literally think about it. She makes a threat. I mean, a lot of people, you know, they email and they say, oh, what are you going to do? And it's like, what am I going to do? I don't know what I'm going to do. Should I do something? Oh, cool. I can just look at right here. Sweet. I mean, literally, you know. Nothing on the CNN train. Something I was thinking about, but I just can't remember what it was. Anyways, point being is I'm just really, really upset, that I gotta look over the planners, but Chloe's like, oh well, yeah, so I checked the log books, there's nothing. The newspaper hasn't updated anything either, so they won't. AA meeting? Well, yeah, I'm not drinking. My stomach's, Four impounded boats. That's cool. Let me look at this. What type of boat? Oh, yeah, it's $500, and what's the money at $500? Yeah, it's probably a fixer upper. Hmm. Yeah, so I just can't remember. See, if the DCR was going to do something, they would have done it by now. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Protocols. Let me read this. This might be interesting. I'm curious about this. Conduction. Yeah, here we go. Let's start reading this. Just to see, this is the police mental health state, Behavioral health disorder to eliminate legal disabilities arise from such a commitment. Hmm. 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 This is an interesting read. I'm going to download this. On page 13, but look at this. This is actually the definitions. Let's see the glossary. I want to read this to you guys. Oh, wait. Okay. So, since you guys are here, let's look over the manual of what a DCR can and can't do. So, this is the glossary terms. Okay. Behavior disorder, mental disorder, defined mental and substance disorder. A mental defined as a mental or cognitive ability to understand the nature and effects of one's act. They don't. I mean, look, they claim they do it 24 hours later or something. Oh, I did it out of anger. Spends all their money. That's a cognitive function, competency. They don't see any. They have a They have a competency too. That's We know what that is. Individual to provide informed consent to propose voluntary treatment. Gravely disabled. Here we go. His or her essential human needs for health or safety manifest severe deterioration. We already know this. How many times I got? Severe deterioration from safe behavior changes. Right, with severe deterioration, yeah. The distress is associated with significant impairment of judgment, reason, or behavior. That's what it is. Severe, Is the rapidly deteriorating. If released from outpatient commitment, the individual will not receive such care as essential for the health and safety. Historical trauma. Situation where community experienced events. The events could generate high levels of collective distress, and events were perpetrated by outsiders with destructive or genocidal intents. Violent acts. Okay, here we go. Prior recommended evaluation of the need for civil commitment. Recommendation result homicide, attempted suicide, non-fatal injury, substance damage to property. And they know this. Such symptom behavior close associated with symptom behavior precedes and led to a past incident involuntary. Nope. So severe deterioration. Yep. One or more violent acts. These symptoms of behavior without treatment, continued deterioration is probable. He even said it's probable, but he didn't want to. He said, it doesn't matter to him. Likely to occur at any moment or near at hand rather than distant or remote. So he thinks 12 days is a good enough time. The active process system asserts relevant, credible, and timely information to determine if there's evidence that a referred individual may suffer from a behavioral health disorder. He already admitted she has that. Evidence that individuals are results of a behavioral health disorder, likelihood serious harm to self, refuses to seek appropriate treatment. Yep, again, refuses. So, let's look again. I need to send this out. All right, so Joel's law, immediate family, guardian, conservator, federally recognized Indian tribe, adult individual. Okay, they can't do that. Law enforcement officer won't do that because he already admitted, or she already admitted to it. Serious harm, substantial risk that physical harm will infecting a person upon his or her own person as evidence of threats attempted to commit suicide, like physical harm to oneself. They already harm themselves daily. Physical harm will inflict on a person upon the property of others. Evidence be which cause substantial loss or damage to property or others. Following definition likely is serious harm. Certificate fall behind 200 reports of these considered substantial risk of physical harm being inflicted by a person. Threaten the physical safety of another as a history of one or more violent acts. Medical clearance, mental disorder, yada yada. Mental professionals, that's whatever, yada yada yada. No bad report, also unavailable detention facilities report when a DCR determines the individual meets criteria. but is unable to detain due to the lack of an available bed. You're required to make a report to HCA within 24 hours. Okay. So it says here, reasonable available information to be considered in the DCR report. Credible witnesses, risk assessments. Oh, wow, that's nice. Our discharge summaries. Yeah, corrections, law enforcement, treatment providers, or family. Other information may be available, include crisis plan. She doesn't have one. Mental health advancement doesn't have one. Other available treatment records. She has forensic criminal history, risk assessment, prior civil commitments. Yeah, okay. So the only thing she has is being violently vulgar and harm or gravely disabled due to present substance use disorder. She claims she's a boozer. Sheena's Law. I never heard about Sheena's Law. According to local law enforcement, develop policy about specific criteria, single bed certification, and it's got to be a regular hospital, yada, yada, yada. Tribe, videos, violent act, behavior that results in homicide, attempted suicide, injury, substantial loss, or damage to property. Well, she destroyed her phones. Yeah, witnesses. Any individual provides information to the DCR in the course of an investigation. Potential credible witness may include family members, landlords, neighbors. Ooh! And others with significant contact and history involved with the individual, including the tribal authorities or Indians. So they can just go knock on the door to anyone and investigate. Cool. Says here, if the DCR relies upon information from a credible witness in reaching the decision to detain the individual, contact information for such witness must be provided to the prosecuting attorney. DCR or prosecutor shall provide notice of the date, time, location, of probable cause hearing, such as witnesses. Referrals for the investigation. Here we go. This is really good. We're only on page 24, but we're actually getting somewhere, aren't we, people? This is gravy trains. The IDA process is a referral, even with the referrals not taken by the DCR, conducts the investigation. Begin to investigate. Legal timelines begin at referral when the referral originates in the hospital. Okay, so it's not an information collected time the referral's evidence regarding detention. When you can make a referral to DCR, regional difference in resource process may create expectations regarding reference, but the statute does not require any credential procedure. All right, so anyone can make a referral. Cool. Investigation means the act possess systematic search for relevant, credible, and timely information. So he couldn't say anything about her therapist. That makes me wonder. There's evidence that a referred person may suffer from behavioral health disorder. We already know this, so why should he even investigate that? There's an evident person as a result of behavioral health disorder with likelihood of serious harm to themselves or other persons or property. Or the referred person may be gravely disabled. We already talked about that. He said she's not gravely disabled. The referred person refuses to seek appropriate treatment options. Chloe won't even talk to the guy. Chloe basically called him a beaner. Following general prosecution referrals to DCR quickly as possible, he assesses the degree of urgency resources. So it's not really an urgency. Whether it's appropriate to involve law enforcement, they tried. Making a request to take individual custody. So, anyways, this is something that's interesting because, you have Chloe in her room basically being paranoid. And my cousin Dinky, if she ever messages me directly, I can tell her exactly what happened. But since she's going to be tuning in shortly, I'll give you guys the scanning real quick while we go through these quick PDFs. Let's see, 911, they're asking for call 911, yada, yada, an individual, IDA. Okay, screens and documents, all referrals for IDA. Documents include an individual referred, Name and telephone number, tribal, name of caller, related facts, alleged reference, demographic, language speaking, tribal, yada, yada, yada. So he already investigated that. Further investigation has indicated there's need for a second individual to accompany DCR during the outreach as safety needs are met. Crisis Behavioral Health Services. All right, so what does this mean exactly? They already came to Chloe, right? So let me just tell you guys a story. Dinky said she's going to be here soon. So last night, neighbor pounded on the wall. Chloe grabbed the phone, called the sheriff. On the other end, they said they'll have a sheriff caller. Chloe got a call within 5 minutes. I was in my office working on my planners. I came out. Chloe was screaming, yelling. Give me 1 second. Then what happened was she turned around and she started calling the sheriff on the phone. She called her a lesbian dyke. She turned around and on the phone was screaming and yelling at the other one, saying the TV's not loud. Rita's hearing aids are missing. We don't know where my hearing aids went right now. Rita's hearing aids went missing. Rita can't hear the TV. The guy's pounding. They said, oh, the TV's loud. And she says, well, why don't you do something? That's just basically attacking the wall. Sheriff said no, so Chloe started calling him beaners and spicks. When she got off the phone, she started making some vulgar threats, giving ideas and everything else how to kill the neighbors. And then she said, and if Dinky's watching this, which I think she is, she made a reference to a former government official by cutting their head off and sending it to the neighbor, who supposedly is a redneck hilljack Trumplican. Yeah, Dinky knows exactly what I'm talking about. We know Chloe can't get that close. So what happened? Next morning, manager emails me early in the morning saying, I think Chloe's trying to take you down with her, and that, that the government Men in Black has been informed, and not to worry. And then told me to report it too. So we're working on this thing here. So then, while we're waiting to hear what's going on, please. So then, I call up. Chloe snaps at me like 4 times. I call up the crisis team. They're useless. They get a DCR to send a referral, and then she calls me back. An hour later, nothing happens. She says, "Oh, I'll have this guy call you and her therapist." So it says, lack of resources shall not be the criteria for refusing to initiate the ITA investigation. So they're investigating Chloe right now. Follow-up or treatment recommendation. At the time of the referral, the DCR provides information relevant to the DCR procedures and protocols. This is the book for DCRs. Referring party additional information investigation only is authorized by law. So they don't have to tell Chloe they're investigating. We can figure it out right now. DCR attempts to conduct a face-to-face evaluation prior to authorizing police or ambulance personnel to take individual into evaluation, treatment, or legal detainment, which custody authorization may issue before an assessment. First, when a potential dangerous situation exists and failure to take the individual into custody as quickly as possible poses a threat to the individual or others. So he calls, he gets me off the phone within 10 minutes, throws me and says, oh, yeah. Well, he knows the neighbor's been threatened. He already got the report, but he has to ask me, and I say yes. And then he gets the sheriff involved. Sheriff stops Chloe because I had to scan her up. Nothing happens. Now Chloe's in a room paranoid that they're going to knock on the door within the next 2 hours and detain her. As Cynthia said, they ain't going to do jack shit. So Time of the referral, DCR providing referral DCR procedure, face to face, yada yada yada. Presence of danger. Second is not intended to statute use process routine situation. So she meets the criteria for gravely gravely disabled. Yet he turns around, right? DCR conducts IDA and determine the statutory timelines. Okay. The individual is brought to an emergency department. They have to wait 6 hours. The individual is taken to the emergency department 3 hours. The individual is voluntarily admitted, request discharge, presents risk, harm, or grave and meets detention. Yeah. So, DCR will advise the individual of their legal rights before beginning an interview. Yeah, well, they haven't done that yet. Identify self-named position, the individual, and remain silent. The individual is purpose of possible consequence of investigation. Okay, 1. As Cynthia said, inform the individual they have the right to remain silent. Told Chloe she doesn't have to talk to Mr. Beanhead. That's what she wants to call him. Inform the individual any statement made to use against them. They can do that. If the individual being investigated, they may speak to immediately with the attorney, which they have to do. Inform the individual that if they're detained as harmed self, others, or property, the right to possess firearm is suspended. Opportunity to explain the legal process simply and clearly include descriptive DCR role and response. The individual will choose to remain silent and request an attorney. These are able to stop the interview or these are not able to stop the investigation. The individual may choose to resume the interview at time. Rights should be provided in writing and language, blah, blah, blah. Process for conducting the investigation. I think that's where they're at right now because they stopped Chloe. Chloe got combative with them and said, well, yes, I made threats. And then they moseyed along, And then Chloe is paranoid because they turned around and said that sheriff from Orcas Island, this is where the DCR works, was working on some paperwork. Now Chloe's all in a panic and pickle and has a portable scanner in the room listening to see what's going to happen. As part of the investigation, before petitioning for detention, there may be exceptions where potentially dangerous situations exist. Fail to take the individual in custody because possible both threat the individual or others in custody. Otherwise, it is dismissed by DCR. Blah 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 blah. So, regardless of availability of judicial process for non-emergent detention, so he can't touch her now. So basically, we're not going to go into video assessment, So it says anyone here, says relevant licensed professional, yada yada yada. I think he messaged me, So basically, final steps, obtaining the individual to complete your paperwork, sign date, finalize, fax it to the facility, assessing staff can physically serve the client. So they got to get her to the hospital first. As what's her name? Cynthia said they ain't gonna do shit. Behavioral health disorder means, we're on page 30 by the way, is mental, emotional, yada 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 functioning, the intoxicating withdrawal, Chloe's with diagnosis for unknown reasons, substance use disorders, dangerous or gravely a danger to self or others. Well, she's always dangerous to self or others. Gravely disabled, serious physical harm, manifest severe deterioration. We know this in routine functioning evidence and repeated escalating loss of cognitive volitional control over his or action, not receiving such care. Therapist has been trying to do it, but Chloe doesn't listen to the therapist, just rubs her up as, So then this talks about what they have to use. It's kind of boring. Reasonable, credible witnesses? Yeah, we can always do that. DCR may take an individual in emergency custody when the individual presents imminent likely serious harm to imminent danger because they're gravely disabled. That's what I was telling him. But he didn't think Chloe was gravely disabled. Yeah. So, so that's what he was telling me earlier. So, yes, it's like the ongoing soap opera for the next 12 days. Anyways, I downloaded this to read later, but you guys get the idea. So the therapist and the DCR didn't want to do jack diddly crap. Okay, thanks, Higgins. Upside down? I don't know. These are the days of the Rita soap opera life, sis. Amen. Yeah, so, basically, Dinky's with me now, so she's watching. So, yeah, so basically, sheriff stopped her. I turned the scanner up. Then when he said all clear, I called Chloe, and Chloe's like, "Oh, yeah, Sharon pissed at me." That she admitted she made threats. Question is, you know, what are they doing? Now Chloe's in a pickle. Cynthia said, first of all, she says, I wouldn't worry, freedom of speech. Well, maybe, but still. They're trying to find out if Chloe's got a severe deteriorating mental illness, which basically can get her detained. Unfortunately, they can't detain her, you know. So it says, current Washington law requires DCR as a priority calls from hospital starting. They must respond to 6 to 12 hours after adult has been seen. This is from Seattle Times. They just want help for their loved one. They don't want to scoop them up into a mental hospital. DCR to evaluate person, So 2021, it was a long time. Yeah. Enormous backlogs worsened during the pandemic. We know about the roll. How long did they have to, So they have a special phone line, apparently. That's probably what he was talking about. After an adult has been medically evaluated, she's not been medically evaluated. Yeah. For severity, so. So that's funny, isn't it? Yep. So there you go. What was it she said? I'm going to share this with you. I think this is kind of funny. These are the days of Rita's soap opera life. Yeah, here we go. Soap opera. Let's just copy this. I want to copy the message link. Copy. And I'm going to post this because soap opera life. I love how she says that. Soap opera life. There we go. That's pretty cool, isn't it? So these are the days of Rita's soap opera life. Coffee time with Rita. So, so last night, like I said, me and Dinky both know that Chloe won't do anything to the former government official, but still, the manager said, oh, the Men in Black's been informed. Men in Black contacted me, and you know how Dinky and I, we've dealt with these people before. They're like, oh, well, unless she gets involuntary committed, the reason they want her involved is that so they can say that this person's mentally ill, right? The DCR turned around and told me it's not our job to involuntarily commit someone, even if the government comes down on our back. We'll tell the government we follow the protocols of the state, and they can't dictate what we can and can't do. Well, that's funny. If the federal agents can say and do what they want. Oh, if I had a badge, I'd be like, I'm here to detain you. And then it'd be, these are the days of Rita's soap opera life. The corrupted FBI or Secret Service agent taking you in. I mean, so the manager said, do your damn civic duty. So I reported it too. And when I did it through the right channels, Chloe's all panicking, And then, you know what? I said to Chloe, guess what? How many times have they actually done something? None. Zip. I mean, literally. So, she meets the gravely disabled, but he doesn't want to use that card because he doesn't want to go and do some real work. That's the truth. Sorry, I don't want to do any real work today because, it's not cool. Yeah, that's what we call lazy people. Besides that, I got the scanner up just in case anyways, Hey, Chris, I don't know how much the FBI makes, man. But wouldn't that be cool if I was an FBI agent? You're coming with me. I'm FBI agent Krabby McCoffee, special agent in charge. I don't know. I think they make like $150,000 a year, maybe. But no, the funny thing is, I've just been through so much today, and it's funny as hell. Yeah. You can see me being somewhat corrupt if I had that much power. It'd be like, My family would hate me, I bet, but you know what? It's just a joke, you know. So, anyways, like I said, everyone, the problem we have right now is you know, the real Cynthia too says I wouldn't worry. Freedom of speech. No, they won't do anything. The cops are lazy. You know, the cops already came to her and they just said, all's well. Oh, Lord, she was stopped by the police. Yeah, she was. And, you know, whenever they stop me, I always say, am I under detainment? They say no. Then I keep walking. Sometimes they stop me and say, I can detain you. And I said, okay, detain me. Then when you take me wherever you're going, the dog goes with me and he sees the service coat and he says, you're free to go. Threats? Yeah, threats. Oh. You don't get razors. And all. Yeah, they give you razors. They're just watching when you wash your face and shave your legs. 201, so that's Orcus. Let's see. Never talk to the police. Oh, I know this, but Chloe, she basically just get, you know. So, you know. Well, let's just go over some of her comments. Oh. She stopped by the police yet. They said we're going to stop and talk to Chloe. So that's what they did. Threats? Exactly. Like I said, she made 3 threats yesterday, not including threatening to use Antifa against us all if we tried to touch her. When I told that to that DCR guy, he just didn't give 2 craps about anything. It was just like he was done dealing with it, and, you know, Chloe's refusing treatment, so what's the point, you know? Let's see. Never talk to the police. Yeah, exactly. You know, I don't. Like, say, I'm like, dog's got service coat. You want to take me in? Okay, let's go. And then one cop said, so if we detain you and we take you in for questioning for something, you're going to turn around and use your great lawyer to get you out of it and make millions. I said, yep, that's the key. He says, you can go now. I'm like, okay, cool. Thing is that most of the time they stop me. They usually want to know where I've been. I'm like, oh, I'm not allowed to leave my house yet. No one told that DCR guy that, you know. So she made threats. She admitted she made threats. But as the first DCR said, the freedom of speech is only allowed for her to basically use the Beaner and Spick names while on the phone to the county sheriff last night. It doesn't apply to actual making threats, you know, threats, you know. But, you know, thing is, can Chloe carry it out? Well, I don't think so. No, they won't do anything. Cops are lazy. Well, it's not just the cops. Cops work at the DCR. The DCR can tell the cops, well, we got enough evidence for detaining, or no, we don't. But, you know, I've never faltered with today's story time telling because the truth's in the pudding. I mean, she admitted it on YouTube, too. She made those threats. How come you're upside down? Well, back from that. I don't know why I'm upside down. Say the dog comes with me and point down. Free to go. Good one, Higgins. Good one, Higgins. Good one. Chloe, I mean, let's say, think more about food than running my mouth. Cholesterol should be learned to feed her gut without starting all the trouble. Oh, Chloe, I mean, oh, I agree. Chris Settle, sup, Rita. Hi, Chris. How are you doing? Well, you know, the problem is, you know, the thing is, there's so much trouble, you know. Thing is, what's the after effect going to be, you know? I keep talking while I'm missing some of this. So, you know, how are you doing, Chris? I could do the dog trick. Take a stiff leash with a collar on the end, say the dog comes with me, and then point at the collar without the dog. Free to go. I mean, literally, the thing is truth's in the pudding, people. I mean, think about it. I mean, you got to look at, I was telling Chloe's ex-roommate, Cactus Blossom, she'll be talking soon. My health system's freaking broken. I mean, all over. I mean, I literally told the DCR, okay, this is my own translation of gravely disabled and gravely, seriously, whatever, right? Harm to others and themselves. I said, she's a ticking time bomb. He's like, oh, yeah, I know. I said, think about it. She's got 12 days left here, and all she's thinking about is where to go. Yet, her therapist, when I asked about the therapist, he couldn't say. He sounded like secret agent. I can't confirm or deny. And yet, she's supposed to see the therapist tomorrow. The therapist hasn't even called. Oh, which reminds me, I need to check my phone real quick just in case they tried calling, just to see if they want to, I mean, literally, he said he couldn't confirm or deny the therapist. So you can't confirm or deny it. There's something wrong with the picture, people. So the battery's only at 63%. The only incoming message we got was from her therapist for 24, Cholesterol without Chloe, maybe that's a problem. I mean, all my bad spelling wrong. Big deal if you spell wrong, Chris. Well, Chris, what are you cooking tonight? I know I got to choose dinner. I might do a poll soon about dinner. What do you guys think? Should I do mac and cheese, ramen, mac and cheese and spam? Hold on. Damn. I'm starting to get disgusted with these people. They're basically like, do I need to turn the volume up some more? Anyways, let me do the poll. Let's do the poll, people. The poll. What shall I have for dinner? Better cheddar sausages? Ramen? Spam. And then the last one is you can always chooses 4, so I'm making some baked chicken. Sounds yummy. Well, I, on the other hand, am doing whatever I want. So, I did the poll. So, baked chicken sounds good. I got mac and cheese and spam I can do tonight. Bacon spam. Love bacon spam. Doing well, Rita, about the cook and making some baked chicken. I voted. Yeah, well, yeah, well, let's see what. Well, I'll check later because every time I do it right away, figured I'd get in. I'd ask you guys your opinion. Last night I had pizza and that didn't do too well. I had the runs, and more runs from the pizza. Let's see, mac and cheese and spam. So 2 votes. Yeah, Higgins finally what number 3? He said usually he says 4. Well, thank you. Where's my spittoon? I believe it's in the closet. Let me go look. So Dinky said, "Where's my spittoon?" That my cousin and cousin. I think it's in the closet, man. It's stored with clothes crap. Yeah, yes it is. Oh yeah, here. So Chloe put in some crap in this. I don't know what's in it, but she's got this in the store. Oh, she put in doggy stuff. Here we go. So my cousin asked me where this is. See? Right here. See? Apparently Chloe's got filled with tennis balls for mopping and dog balls and treats and a new leash. And I don't know what else. Guess I found the scrubbing pad that Chloe's been complaining about. What's this? Oh, here's some of the Moppy's ointment stuff. Huh? I'm gonna have to ask about that, yeah. So, anywho, she asked where it is. Well, it's got balls in it, see? Cat ball and some tennis balls, and more tennis balls, and a leash. And yeah, problem is, manager would probably throw a fit if I had a spittoon filled with stuff. Probably flies will be on it too. Fortunately, the problem with the spittoon is you gotta have some serious places to dump it because you don't want to clog up the pipes either. Telling you a couple months ago, like 6 months ago, he opens up one of the pipes, Chloe's dumping all her dip in the damn sink. Literally clogged up the whole freaking, it doesn't pass through water, so you gotta be careful where you dispose of it. So I have all these excess 2-liter bottles around and 1 liters. I just fill it up in there and I throw it out that way. Of course, Chloe thinks bacon grease and dip goes in the toilet now and rotting food. Hershey squirts after Little Caesar. Actually, it was food poisoning, Dinky. Food poisoning. I had food poisoning because if you didn't know, Chloe brought home the pizza, and 3.5 hours later, it went from outside down the street, rapidly cooled, went into Safeway, then went out, rapidly cooled, got on the ferry after that, waited an hour. Then when he got home, it was 3.5 hours, which Dad said Poppy said don't eat it due to the fact that food poisoning. Well, all night I had diarrhea and the heaves. So, yeah, it was food poisoning because Chloe ate her pizza right away. But then Dad tells me, and the box, by the way, was completely soggy in both ends because of the rain and weather. So, to me, it wasn't the pizza itself. If you ate it right away, there would probably be no trouble. But for me, it was the Hershey squirts and the heaves due to the fact that food poisoning. You know why they invented the spittoon, right, Dinky? I'll tell you why. They reinvented the spittoon. So when you basically spit with actual tobacco leaf in your mouth in the 1800s, they would sit there, and the main reason they would use a spittoon was to go over and drop their juice in it. But another reason is you hear that ping. That means they basically found a seed, and they're like, and it goes tink and down. That was what the spittoon was baking, Yeah, well, that's cool to know. Blood thinner. Yes. So, but anyways, yeah, that's why they invented the spittoon. She was asking me in Discord about the spittoon. Have Chloe dig holes and bury it outside. Can't do it. Manager freaking evict us if we dig a hole in the yard. That's the real problem. So currently there's Boston Market and mac and cheese. So we got 2 votes. Oh, we had more than 2 votes. Well, Boston Market makes some really mean pot pie too. Yeah, they're like this. I mean, when you get them, they're like this. They're huge. So, but yeah, I will cook dinner when Chloe gets the dishes done. Yeah, which means after 5. So I'm here till 5 o'clock at least. She wants me to be around till 5 or 5:30. Boston Market. Yeah, they got these frozen pot pies. Sis. I think he's messaging me on Discord, by the way. She doesn't want to comment. Yeah, see? Look at these. These pot pies are huge, man. Look at this. Chicken pot pies. I mean, these things are 16-ounce pot pies, man. I mean, literally, you get a couple of those, you're good to go, man. And then I got these cheese sausages, whatever. But, you know, Boston Market makes some really good frozen pot pies, I tell you. The frozen pot pies are delicious, you know. You just bake them, you know. Oh, yeah, well, that's good. You know, I don't mind a good pot pie from time to time, Chris. Yeah, Dinky was like, Boston Market? Yeah. He makes some good pot pies. I've never seen, you know, Chloe wanted to take prime rib and turn it into a pot pie one of these days, but, you know, but Chloe's having me sit here until at least 5 o'clock or 5:30 my time. So she wants me to monitor the police scanner, which, by the way, let me just show you guys something. I want you guys to see this, including Dinky. Check this out. See those two in the corner? Those two lighting things on the corner, my scanners. They're connected by those little antennas right there on that meatloaf pan. I got another set in my office on a bread pan, one of those mini ones, but my scanner's right there. So we got 2 scanners going. One gets to half of Canada and all of Eastern Washington or Western Washington's County. It goes all the way to apparently Washington County and Multnomah County, Oregon. So that's as far as it reaches with what I got. And then the other scanner gets 8 counties and anything analog in the Canadian side. So I think I'm doing pretty well with the scanners, you know. And then my main scanner, the handheld one that I use, is set directly to the sheriff's number. Hold on. So apparently the guy in Roach Harbor wrote a no trespass order. That's what he was doing. I guess after he stopped Chloe, he went to lunch and then came back. Don't know, Chris. Don't know indeed. Yep. Oh, Dink messing me again. Yeah. Brown gravy for meatloaf. I would use my meatloaf gravy, actually. If you know how to take the meatloaf drippings, make gravy out of it. You should know how to do that. It's simple. However, I'll tell you, my mama's meatloaf's the best meatloaf in the world because of the special ingredients she uses, Dinky. Yep. Tried to get Chloe to help me out one time making it. And it requires a few small minor adjustments. But you know what? The meatloaf I make, oh my God, it's to die for, just like Aaron steaks. Oh, yeah, I'm craving mom's meatloaf. And what you do is you get those little mini meatloaf pans, right? They're like little bread pans, like this big. And you just take your hamburger and your other ingredients, you know, and you put it all together and you put it in these mini meatloaf pans and then you bake it. Then when you're done, you pull out the meatloaf. You see how much fat's on the bottom. And then you dump it into the cook pot and you make gravy out of it. I'm telling you. Did I ever tell you, Dinky, about my mom's boyfriend, Dave? Oh, my God. So one time my mom would make some big meatloaves before she learned the mini meatloaves is the way we like it. We could eat lots of mini meatloaves. So one day he's sitting there and growing up being disabled, you know. My mom had 2 captain's chairs and every other chair around her big oak table with like 4 leaves. This thing was huge. It could hold like 30 people. We had the leaves put in, you know, and, you know, she had like me and him and mom and Caprice, Troy, Joe, Karen, little David, little Loretta. I think Mikey was visiting too at the time. And Dave's kids were just sitting there all hyped and happy to have meatloaf. And all of a sudden, Dave says, "Oh, meatloaf, this is going to be great." He's sitting there and he's complaining. He doesn't have the captain's chair. I'm sitting there, and I get up. Mom says, "Would you put meatloaf in this?" So I have the table set up and everything. And he says, "Because Rita's helped me in the kitchen, your kids get to do the dishes." Well, all of a sudden, it's all set up. He says, "I prefer brown package gravy better." What Mom do? She just bit her tongue. Didn't say anything. Next time she does the dish a week later, he's like, "Oh, meatloaf. I love the meatloaf." Mom says, "Would you put this out on the table?" I put it out. She says, "Put the other one out." And then she comes in and he's like, looking, there's 2 gravy boats. She comes in with a 3rd gravy boat. He's like, "Oh, that's a lot of gravy." And she slams it down in his, right there was, he's not in the captain chair. I have the captain chair. "There's your brown package gravy." He's like, so for the next, 20 plus years, 25 years, when he'd visit and we talk, and every time I'm like, "Hey, Dave." "Well, yeah, Rita, what is it?" "So have any brown packaged gravy anytime lately?" And he just looks at me like, gives me the bird, like, "I didn't know that would insult your mom. Trust me, mom's homemade meatloaf gravy is better than that brown packaged crap any day of the week." It's like one time he was talking about, he said to her, not thinking, "Oh, I prefer packaged country gravy or something," right? So Mom's like, she was making hamburger gravy over mashed potatoes for dinner. So she comes in, she gives him this packaged stuff, and she made baking soda biscuits and stuff. And funny story, she comes in again, bam! I'm sitting there. Can I have some hamburger gravy? She says, "You can have all you want." And I put it on bread and some biscuits. And he's like, I'm like, "What is it with you and packaged gravy, Dave?" So eventually he'd just sit there and he'd be like, "Yeah, probably put them out of, well, yeah, well, the pharmaceutical companies won't let themselves go out of business, so you'd be the one SOL." "Yeah, well, mayonnaise is not a thing you put in on hamburgers or in meatloaf because there's a lot of cholesterol in mayonnaise. So I'm sorry to say, dude, I would not put mayonnaise in my meatloaf." So, anyways, my cousin Dinky says, "What would you do for meatloaf?" "Well, it depends on what you want to do gravy wise. I mean, hell, you can put a sausage gravy on top of a meatloaf, and the sausage gravy. I mean, hell, I've seen hubby eat my meatloaf, and then he put cream chip beef gravy. SOS on crap on a shingle." And they needed a gravy with dry hormel beef in it. He put that on meatloaf. So we've had country gravy on steaks, country gravy on mashed potatoes, country gravy on meatloaf. I mean, country gravy is a decent staple if you want to do that. Baked bean. Oh God. I had to do it, Pinky. Sorry. So she's like, so Dinks tells me her dinner. She says, I'm making meatloaf, au gratin potatoes, and baked beans for dinner. Well, funny story, right? One time we're driving, right? Me and cousin Dinky and Corey, They took the Jeep trail. Hawk, 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 hawk. And we're driving down the road, and she's trying to roll the window down and can't because he basically kept tooting. Oh my God, it was bad. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the funniest things. But the second funniest thing is I had to go into the dollar store, and he's like, got a toilet? And they're like, lost the key. So we get our shopping done, and he's like tooting along, toot, toot, toot. He says, stand downwind for me, go on the side of me or in front of me. So I do, and we're at Joanne Fabrics. I remember clearly, he's like, he knows where the bathroom is, so he goes in there. Me and Dinky are shooting the shit. And all of a sudden, right, guy wants to use the toilet too, and he says, "Can I use the women's restroom?" And they're like two single toilets. One says women's, one says men. The lady says, "No." He's like, "But whoever used the men's restroom, it's really bad." And she's like, "No." And I'm telling you. He walks out, he's like, and I'm thinking, oh my God, nuclear bomb went off in the bathroom. I mean, he'd come out of the house, and I had my own like separate bathroom unless I want to use the gorgeous tub they had. And he'd be like, Tara's not feeling too well, so I'm going to use that bathroom. So he uses the one that they designated mine. He comes out and he's like, stay away from that bathroom for a while, Rita Ree. He'd probably tell you outright, Chris, that's crap. He'd probably tell me my steak's crap too, even though Gordon Ramsay thinks he's a professional. I can outsmoke him any day when it comes to the damn steaks. He can tell me my steak's crap. I turn around and tell him my boot's up his ass. Number 4. Come on, Higgs. Did you really got to do the number 4? I mean, come on. Higgins is like, yeah, number 4. And you're probably the pot pies, isn't it? That's what you voted on, is the potty pies again. Let me look. Yep, he chose the Boston market, so we got 3 votes, so we're at 50-50. So unless there's a tiebreaker, Chloe will have to be the tiebreaker, maybe. I don't know, or Dinky, unless Dinky already said Boston. I think she was saying Boston market dinner. Yeah, I got pot pies I could eat. I like the pot pies, but you know what? I also got to watch out for my gluten too. Number 4. See, I always give 4 options just to see what Higgins chooses. I always know he chooses 4. Mm-hmm. We got Chris and the Higgins commenting. That's 2. Dinky's commenting in Discord. That's 3. So that's 3 people watching also. 3 other people. So, just want to say thanks for tuning in. I guess because Chloe's leaving in 12 days, everyone's so excited to be here to see how the new prepping channel is going to work, and I'm excited to be giving you guys the info too, because, and a lot of people are watching this to see what's going on, but if it is the Men in Black, which I know they do pay attention from time to time, then I enjoy them basically watching me for 5 hours and 40 minutes. Or it could be Zoe. Zoe can't comment. She just probably doesn't want to. Number 4. And right now's news, rain coming. And today's news, it's going to rain. So Chloe said I have to be ready to be done in 36 minutes. So will the DCR show up? I doubt it, because he's ending at 5 or 5:30. So apparently his office is, well, oh yeah, let me check my phone real quick too, see if they message. I think it's interesting. So I put in my planner last night when I was working on it. Pay Higgins. He's going to get a double payment next month. You know what's funny is me and Higgins haven't talked on the phone. You see, he got upset at me. I'll tell you guys that story, right? The Higgins got upset at me the other day, right? So I woke up Sunday morning, right? Sunday morning, funny story. He emailed me, says, I'm ignoring you. Well, me and my father-in-law last night talked about that. I said, I got ignored by Higgins. He says, oh, good. What did you do? And I said, I did an impersonation of Clousteau. I said, oh. Because me and Dad, we always joke about it, right? And he just laughed and he says, Rita, you're a filthy swine. You filthy swine. I'm like, you're a swine too, cheap ass swine. And me and Dad was going back and forth. Well, Higgins took offense to it. He thought it was wrong, and I didn't know I offended him, The thing is, I was having a joke where I said something like, get my coffee, you swine, where's my coffee, butthead swine. I was trying to do swine with Clousteau with calling Higgins a butthead, like, Back to the Future. Hey, butthead. Cold flask of beer to a Chinese buffet doing oyster and mussel shots with hot sauce. That's the ferry. So the ferry's working right now, but nothing about what. Anyways, I didn't mean to offend Higgins, So I got to pay him a double payment next month. He already helped me choose a steam cleaner, which I got to buy. Also, should ask Higgins to find me an affordable wheelie rolly doodad I could put underneath so my chair can roll, Mm-hmm. Higgins emailed me about the MV, the motor vessel Walla Walla ran aground. If you guys seen that in the news, that was interesting. Yep. So there's more news, but nothing that they want to talk about. So wow, look at that. I would really like to watch my TV show after Chloe gets after this time frame. Look, I'm talking about those little mats, Higgins, the mats, because I have to replace the tape again on the floor. Every 6 months I buy duct tape or electrical tape and I put it on the floor. Unfortunately, the manager wants one of those pads, office chair wheelie dealy glass or plastic or hard plastic things where the chair rolls on that and it doesn't ruin the carpet. Since the carpet's going to be ruled next if I put one of these chairs. So anyways, number one, you really need to find me one of those little pad doodads. I already put some in the donation bin of the Airy Sky channel. By the way, we have a donation channel. Yeah, okay, Chris. See you later. So Chris disappeared again. At least he's still here. He's got to check on his mom anyways. But, we got a lot of people that, And so for some of you out there, I'm doing a special edition on YouTube soon. I also got to sit here with Chloe before I watch TV and work on my planner. So, it is what it is. Oh, yeah, I got 2 people now. If you guys keep this up, I might be able to work on my planner early, talk to Chloe early, listen to the scanner early, and then when I get done, which has been 5 hours and 46 minutes, which has been a big day anyways, because we have a lot of views today, which is great, that I can start to focus back on prepping. But today was supposed to be a day of prepping. Instead, what do we get? You get a story about what Chloe did again. And by the way, you guys should feel really blessed today because let me tell you a story. when Chloe leaves, it's going to be directly about prepping. I will keep you updated in the mental hospital if she gets there. If she gets there. She claims she is, which reminds me. This seems interesting. What's this? In today's news, let me look. So they get almost $800 million. So Fox got, Wow. Let's go look at other news. So what did he do? Ban on Russian affiliate vessels from U.S. ports, so they extended it. Okay. Nope, so there's nothing new in the news. Okay, cool. Coolio. Yeah, well, that's where you come in, Higgins, and you help me choose because I have it in the go to my About Me page, Higgins, and go to the donation link where it says donate to whatever, and it's in there. I chose a couple. You can see which ones I chose. Tell me what you think. Because I already did the research. I just threw them in there so I can have easier access to buy them. But still. Anyways, I guess the comments are petering out. Mark, he's charging his phone up for tomorrow. Yep. So hopefully tomorrow's a better day where we actually talk about prepping. I think it's going to be a great day tomorrow. So, but 12 days to go, people. 12 days to go. Yep. So I got 2 unread messages. Let me see. From Higgins. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. There we go. So we just go back to my. So a couple of emails came in. Apparently, someone emailed and says, "Damn it, the police stopped Chloe. They didn't stop you. I didn't break the law. I'm sitting in my house. I'm not allowed to leave." Another one came in. It says that they think we all wronged Chloe, and Chloe's a victim, and that the manager should be sued by Chloe and her family for millions. Right. Manager's getting rid of Chloe because Chloe's a bad egg. mean, you can't turn around and say Chloe's not a bad egg. If you say Chloe's not a bad egg, then there's a problem. So, anyways, maybe, just maybe, you guys, since there's only 3 people watching Santa right now, Santa Rita, that maybe you guys want me to leave because of that. Oh, I should check on my poll though. But the whole story with Chloe today has just been a crapshoot by itself. Tell you, next month should be a lot better. Four votes, 50-50. I'm going to have to be the breaking tie vote then. 2 pot pies, a cheese sauce. Twice as thing. Oh, yeah, so you did find my thing. Yeah, let me go look at it real quick. See, Higgins knows what I'm talking about. Hello, my name is Higgins. $40 one, yeah, 36 by 48. Yeah, the reviews are pretty good too. 54,000. Yeah, I was looking at that one for $40. Classic format. That's what I was thinking. Uncurling main process takes 72 hours. That's cool. Hardwood floors. Yeah, I need one for linoleum. This is for carpet, I think, right? See, that's the thing, Higgs. I need one for linoleum. That's what the manager requested. So that's why I was asking you to give me a hand finding something for linoleum. Yeah. So, anyways, peeps, I do want to say I might give up in about 6 minutes and go on my merry little way because it's almost 6 hours doing this video. I didn't expect to do 6 hours of video. And I can go into my office and work on a few things. I'm kind of disgusted with things. Yeah. The $40. I need something for linoleum, Higgins. That's why I said. It can't damage the linoleum. The linoleum's already tearing up because of age. Anyways, what should I do today? Yeah, so we got the steam cleaner chosen. Is there something else the manager wanted me to get? Steam cleaner and a rolling mat. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's 2 chairs I was looking at too, Higgins. Yeah, I was thinking of getting a new chair. This chair is falling apart anyway, so I was thinking of a new command chair, number 1. Damn it, Higgins. Now I gotta go look at the cheaper one again. Man, Higgs, you're just like, you're getting there. Yeah, Here's the donation list. 36 by 48. Chair mat. Hard floor. Up to 1/4 inches for low pile carpet. This one says chair mat, low pile. By 4 feet. That works. Black. Yeah. By 11 inches, 0.11 inches. So it's not even 1 inch. See more. Hard floor rounded. I can get a 45 by 53. 45 by 60. That seems good. Ones with your decker industry leading, and then 46 by 60 again. That one's $71. See, that one's got the things for carpet. Here we go. That one's completely clear and it is rectangular, which is out. So this one here is $36, and you get one that's I guess this one will work right here. 36 by 48. I guess either or. Yeah. We'll try this then and go from there. Yep. Yeah, well, you know what you're doing, Eggs. $30 one will be bought then. That should be fine for me. $30. So, anyways, we got 2 viewers, so I could disappear for a while and be fine. You guys don't need let's see, what does this say? A story about mine. A story oh. No. So I gotta fix the title. Higgins, why did you tell me I need to fix the title? A new story about my roommate. There we go. Yep. There we go. Fixed. So Higgins is like, oh yeah, new story about your roommate. Woo. Yeah. So let me check now. So got 3 viewers. You know, Higgins, I should disappear. So my phone's charging, and maybe I'll call Higgins as soon as my phone's fully charged. That might be a good idea. Still got to apologize him again. You shit bird. You always got to insult it. Doesn't matter about it. You know, why do you want me to capitalize my name, huh? You're doing something annoying. Capitalize your name, Rita. Mm-hmm. Capitalize your name, Rita. There you go. Coffee time with Rita. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, coffee's over there, so I'm going to finish it. Why don't we capitalize Higgins as a crap bird? Anyways, coffee's almost empty anyways. Capitalize your name. Now I need to refill my coffee. I wonder if Lincoln's available to watch. That'd be a good movie to watch tonight. I like Lincoln. Lincoln. There it is. Lincoln. Higgins is like, oh, here's Lincoln. Oh, yeah, Paramount's got it. Woohoo! Yeah. Paramount MGM has in Hulu. I'm going to watch Lincoln tonight, I think, as a movie. Dink, message me again. Wow. You guys see him quiet because of family issue. Yep. Family issue, I want to get. Hmm. Okay. So it's basically a joke. Yep. Sometimes even jokes go through one ear and out the other for me. Oh yeah, that was the funniest thing in the world, you know. Yeah, Dink. So anywho. Yeah, so you know. Yeah, give me 1 second, peeps. I gotta fill the last of the coffee. I think he's messaging me, so can't leave right away. I got some new coffee I'm sampling. Major Dickinson's blend. That's what I call it. Major Dickinson's blend. Anyways, let me just see what Dink's got to say real quick. I think I'll run to the bathroom. Yeah, well, there's not much coffee left, but you know what? It's not a bad blend. Yep. Yeah, well, you know how it is. So I was just telling Dinky a story about other things. What now? Oh shit! It's today. Uh oh. Here, let me yes, hold on. Send this to my Google Voice just to see. Yeah. There we go. Let me see what this is. Shit. This is not cool, man. Let me look. Mm-hmm. All right, let me look. Just got this. Reminder. Crap. All right, hold on a sec. So, peeps, we got two little minor problems I got to do. So, I got to talk to Chloe again. Let's see. Just took a prescription pain med. My neck back's knacking me. I'm so blessed to have good pain. YouTube algorithm bats are attacking Rita's likes. I've seen them do that before. YouTube algorithm bots to knock it off. Lol, YouTube changes things like likes. Really? I didn't know there was a YouTube algorithm likes and dislikes. What, there's likes and dislikes again? Maybe people don't like my channel. Hold on a second. I got two problems I gotta do, so I'm gonna have to tell you guys in a second, okay? So I'm gonna check this out real quick. Let's see, we got dinner at 5 votes, 7 likes. Oh, that's not bad. And so currently we're really in trouble with the polls. Okay, I gotta talk to Chloe for a second. So would you guys please stay with me for a second. I gotta talk to Chloe, which means I have to leave in 2 or 3 minutes because if I'm reading this correctly, Chloe's going to be really in a shitload of trouble tonight. A shitload of trouble. And before you guys say why, well, let me just check on. So it says here I have approximately 84 views and 7 likes. Cool. You guys are really staying with me. Thumbs up and thumbs down thing. You don't want her name to hide the dislike for Karen. Karen's okay. Yeah. All right. So let me go talk to Chloe for a second. Okay, peeps. So I'm gonna have to get going. Only reason for getting going is, let me just tell you, Chloe's therapist is coming up shortly. So basically, what I'm going to have to do for you guys, Okay, so basically, I have to get prepared for a therapist appointment with Chloe in approximately 5 minutes. So I will give you guys an update approximately 6 o'clock. So you guys will get a short update. Chloe will be in the background doing dishes at 6. Don't worry, I'll be working on the planner. I'll probably pull the planner out, but we only have 4 minutes to go, so I have to get going. So all will be well. Just look for another update for me at 6. This is my break time because, as Chloe said, 6 hours and 13 minutes is a long time to be on YouTube. I could be watching, hey, look at me. I'm eating popcorn. That was funny last night. So you guys keep on watching, subscribe, listen to the stories, keep commenting if you wish down below. I will be back at 6 p.m. So please add and subscribe. Please post comments. Please leave feedback, suggestion. Hit the like, subscribe button. So some fun for your family, including your dogs, your cats, your bunnies, your service dogs, your service bunnies. Hit the bell notification, thumbs up button, subscribe button. Just keep the comments nice. All we ask. Thank you. And I'll see you at 6. God bless you and everything you do.